If you were here, I would tell you how I feel and that I need you. But you are nowhere to be found. You're not up and you're not down. You don't call me anymore, but I'll open up my door to you.
Rosinha uli die sombrancelten maak et zo te saluda antes di nega Radzauds and Malakis Fritzas Durante todo in memu a nogi distancia como cupugi palu Zangiman malak Guafi ikonuna sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fani bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri tentami ti man ko badi.
give me no. And even when the storm approaches, won't take me in, won't take me no. Assist say harbors closed, won't give me no refuge, won't give me no. And even when the storm approaches, won't take me in, won't take me no.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Well, we got a big show for you guys coming up. 107 COVID-19 cases reported.
And we'll break down exactly what that means, how it got there, and
Right,
stuff like
yeah.
that. Because the most important thing is to understand the
Correct.
numbers.
Yeah, it's the link. Good morning, Tuesday, August 17th. Please, Adai, Thailand. Yes, you got school. There's COVID. You got school. There's rain. You got school.
Right. And before we get into our newscast, we do have a breaking story as President Biden is addressing the country. Not sure if any of you have been paying attention, but the Taliban's lightning fast takeover of Afghanistan is raising big questions for U.S. Security chiefs. Again, the president is addressing the country live right now.
Yeah, we go to NBC News' Facebook page for this right here on the link.
There and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end. While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a fifth one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one. For our brave service members who risked their lives serving our nation. And it's the right one for America.
All right, that was some brief comments there from
Thank you.
President Biden. Sabrina?
Right. He was speaking on the U.S.'s response to the fall of Afghan government and the chaos that is ensuing in Kabul as the Taliban takes over Afghanistan.
Good morning, guys. It's 6:20 Facebook Live. Thanks for joining us here for another episode of The Link. It is Tuesday, August 17th. What a day yesterday as this tropical storm depression.
It was kind of like, if I can illustrate, if I may, Joe, sir, it's like, here's my dramatic reenactment of a storm, right? I'm a tropical depression. I'm a tropical storm. I'm a tropical depression. I'm a tropical storm.
No, I want to be a depression or want to be a storm.
Yeah, but fortunately, though, I mean, we can say that because the tropical storm watch was canceled last night. We're still in Core 3, as far as we know, right? I know Adlub just sent out
Yes, we are.
Yeah, okay, so we're still in Core 3. Public schools are on today.
Yes, they are, definitely.
And the storm did dissipate. I mean, interestingly enough, it took a little bit of a northward turn, but then dissipated too. So it was like out on the water as of 1 a.m. this morning. It was about 25 miles per hour winds. And when it passes over us, I believe it's supposed to go like over the northern tip, if not between us and Rhoda.
Right. Thank for that, Jay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Right on. It's 6:21.
Another dramatic reinterpretation.
Right,
That was
yeah.
my Brandon Aidler.
So there was that, and then there was also we had Chima Mbakwem on yesterday, the chief public health officer, being really coy about the number of positives that we were going to see reported last night, and it did end up coming down. Was kind of late, Bree, or what?
after 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And the results.
Usually when it comes out later, the later it
You
seems
know
like
it's gonna be.
it's going to be, the numbers will be get big. But,
Right.
you know, we kind of got an idea that it was going to be big because we went on to Public Health's website and we looked at the situation report. And when I did the numbers, I wasn't sure if I was doing it right because I think
Yeah.
I put in the chat, I was like, I think it's 107 positive cases.
Right.
Then maybe and half an hour later, it was 107 cases.
But it was real interesting the way they released it because, I mean, I don't know what's going on with the governor, as we now know that she's had at least a couple meetings about implementing restrictions. Right, as we had Dr. Hoa on yesterday and then Friday as well, but there's just been no announcement out of Guadalupe about that or, I mean, anything COVID related really. But what they did do in the JIC release, it was interesting because it was 107 positives, which of course that 107, I don't care if it's on a Monday or a Wednesday or a Friday. That's a lot of cases. But the way they wrote this release was they really tried to bury the lead, which to me was interesting. And that's part of the problem with this pandemic. When you got like the spin masters, they're trying to spin stuff so that, you know, in their mind, the public's appeased. 'Cause I'm just going to read you kind of the headline of this release that had come out. JIC release number 753. 3-day summary for COVID-19. 7 GDOE students test positive. Vaccinations continue as scheduled. Testing postponed until Wednesday. Not a single mention about the number of positive cases, which to me is interesting because every time they come out with a JIC release on a Monday or any JIC release for that matter, it always has in the lead the number of positive cases. And this was just classic burying the lead. I mean, they didn't even put it in there. And so that's the problem that you have when politics starts to infect public health, right? I mean, just give us the data. Don't spin it. If it's 107, let it be 107. Don't let it be 107. But, oh, never mind, guys. It's not a big deal.
Well, and that's a very good point. And here is the problem with the data, because a lot of people, like especially on social media, just saw that number and were
Jay.
freaking out. So my takeaway from that, I just did the math like in my head, right? So 107 over Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that averages to about 37 cases a day, which means at face value, that means the number of cases positive per day has gone down. What was it, Bree? 1,900 samples?
For the past 3 days?
Over that 3-day period, 1,900 samples, 107 positive. So the rate of positivity is also like a little bit down. However, we know that because of what Chima was telling us yesterday, on Sunday, public health, of course, does not do testing. So that number is going to be like a little bit down.
Yeah. I mean,
And now the hospitalizations are down, but that's only for the current day. The CAR score is way up, but I believe the way the CAR score works, it only accounts for the current
there's
day.
only a couple people who know how the CAR score works, and none of them are in this room. Yeah, and I mean, we know on Monday that it's 3 days results. But Jay, I
Yeah.
just want to say, last Monday it wasn't 107.
Yeah.
The Monday before that, it wasn't 107. I'll tell you what, the Monday before that, it wasn't 107. And the Monday before that, it wasn't 107. And the Monday before that, it wasn't
Yeah.
107.
So it has.
And the Monday before that, it wasn't 107. You get what I'm saying here?
Yeah, it is going around, no doubt.
Yeah, someone had to put a comment. And this is really, it's a public relations nightmare, really. God, I just was... Someone put, maybe the governor has a fundraiser coming up and will implement her restrictions after her fundraiser or function. This is where people's minds are right now. And how do you like pull yourself out of this? Again, it's a PR nightmare. There's no messaging. There's no communications from Guadalupe, and people are left to fill the void, to send around whatever they think is accurate information because there's just not a lot coming out. And you see it in the comments. whether it's about the all rise or it's about the COVID. People are just not happy at all. We're here though. Hi, good morning. It's Tuesday, August.
But like everything,
17th.
yeah, I'm not disputing you. I mean, this is a very
Yeah.
difficult PR problem, but
Well, it's not a PR,
but it's
Jay,
also
that's the
important
thing.
for everybody on social media when you see these numbers and
Yeah.
everything like that. It's important to take a moment and try and understand the context of that number and what it represents.
Well, you don't
That's all
have to
I'm saying.
try and understand it because they're very heavy-handed in making you understand it, and they bury the real information. There is that there's 107 cases, and it's nowhere to be found where you usually would find the number of cases. Yeah, Jay, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, there is a breakdown in the JIC that you have to open, and that's kind of where we got a heads up on it yesterday. Last night was because the results were late coming in. Bree will pop up what is it, Bree, that you look at? Is it the SITREP or?
Yeah, just go to the public health website,
Yeah.
and then it posts the summaries for every day. And then you can just kind of compare the day before and then just look at the numbers and do the math. And sometimes I'm not sure because I'm not very good at math, but lately I've been kind
Too
of
good.
trying to understand.
You've been too good at math lately, Bree. Yeah, so that's where we are now, and I just wanted to say that I think the people by now. I mean, God, it's been over a year. We can handle information. You don't need to run it through the, spin cycle and try and soften it up for us. We've heard of people dying. We've heard of people getting infected. We've heard of other. So we're kind of used to the information, and it's just a little late in the game to kind of be spinning stuff. I mean, I get why they're doing it, though, is because they really don't want people to freak out. Because I guess our minds are still in last year where it's like 107 cases. Oh, my God. Remember we had 117 last year? There was a day?
Yeah, I was
Right.
going to say, this is the first time the cases have hit the triple-digit mark in, maybe 7 months? Maybe even this year?
Right, yeah.
I'm trying, just off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember when cases were that high.
Right.
It's been a while.
And even if it is a 3-day total, again, we haven't seen these totals. I mean, last Monday, I want to say was it 40 or?
No, last week it was 52 new cases, and that was out of 1,068. So we're looking at almost double the number of tests and double the number of
Right.
positives. So it is
Yep.
kind of relative, I guess.
Yeah. So that's what it is, guys. But again, what they're saying is that even with this high number of positives, as long as the hospitalizations stay low, then I guess we're going to be okay. But it's hard to kind of adjust your mind from, seeing a number like 107 last year when there was no vaccination to seeing it again this year. But then again, with the high number of positives that we're seeing, if you just do the math, I mean, people are going to end up in the hospital. Dr. Holwen said it himself. He said in a couple weeks, we're going to see the hospital stats rise.
And alarmingly, he even said yesterday, like at the beginning of his interview, he already said, what did he say? GMH and GRMC are already at capacity.
Right, yeah.
That was the part about his interview when he came in. I was like, I did a double take, and I was like, whoa.
And I mean, I think what's really
That shook me.
kind of unnerving as well was the news out of the JIC that 7 GDOE students tested positive for COVID-19. And I mean, we're trying to get the superintendent on today. And what is that from? Is it? I believe it's from Household Spread, but we're getting a lot of calls from parents.
Really concerned.
Very concerned, of course, rightfully so. It's your right to be concerned. If you love your kids, of course you're going to be concerned. And this, to me, it's kind of this, when we go and we set things in place and set them in stone and expect COVID to work around it, that's not really how it works. So we set in these protocols and then COVID will just do whatever.
Right. I think I got an email from a parent who was concerned, or grandparent that was concerned, because they weren't even notified until after the child got home.
Yeah, let me read that out.
They didn't even
Bree.
pick up the student or anything.
Yeah. So we did have this.
Don't read the name.
I know, I got it. Holiday Sabrina, I prefer my name wasn't mentioned. My 11-year-old male grandson attends Benevente Middle School as a 6th grader. He was exposed to COVID from another student. He came home from school half day today, that was yesterday, as a bus rider. I didn't receive a call from the school nurse until way later after my grandson exposed the household to COVID. Here's my question. Why didn't the school call me earlier today to pick up my grandson from school? Instead, the poor decision just exposed other students to the virus If he should come back positive, then the school nurse said public health will be in contact with me by Wednesday. All household members are vaxxed with the exception of my grandson because he doesn't meet the vaccination required age. I have a disabled son with underlying health issues, my daughter who just had a cervical surgery, diabetes, as well as myself. I have COPD, aneurysm, and other major underlying health issues. To my knowledge from the school nurse herself, public health does not know of this just yet. John Fernandez needs to be informed of this. I'm overwhelmed because should my household turn up positive for COVID, what do I do for my family? I'm worried and fearful for everyone in my household. I also have a granddaughter who attends the school as well. And so, yeah, this is just one. We got some calls, some emails, and of course, you guys are going to be concerned. I mean, even if they prepped you and said that, oh, there's going to be some positive cases when we open up schools. But the big concern, as a parent myself, is that the kids can't get vaccinated. Right? And, I'm sorry to say, but for parents, one positive case is too many. All right? And so when you kind of do the math on it, 7 cases, and it kind of sounds like just from talking to these parents that they're still working through the contact tracing of it. Out of how many students are we going to see more? Is GDOE still confident in the protocols that they've put up, holding up, right? And what do you guys think about it? Give us a call, 637-0094. As really, to me, out here, the way we're feeling, look at our faces. People are just like very concerned is an understatement, but not really hearing anything out of downtown. So maybe today we'll hear something. It's 6:32. You want to get into the news?
Sure.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get into the news. Facebook Live, we're going to check you guys in a little bit. Just keep doing your little comments, and we'll read them off here. It's 6:32.
Where did you guys get the musical keyboards? Mine doesn't work that way.
It should make them like that.
I need to get
but
one
it
of
should
those.
be like based on what you're typing. So if you're typing like a bad comment, it'd be like.
Dun, 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 dun.
But if it's like, oh well, Sabrina, I like your outfit today, tulip blue. Zoobity-bop-bow. Hey,
Where can I get it? How about I could actually program
all right.
this.
Okay.
I could build this. I could make this work. So when we hit the return key,
yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, guys, and then
We going there?
Glenn.
we just went there. There has been gone.
Glenn is a teacher. He comments in, it's so stressful at the schools for all parents, students, faculty, and staff.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yep.
Yes, totally. Especially after the first day of school. I mean, it's a work in progress when we just saw all these videos about social distancing, right? And the kids were just all up on each other. But again, that's why they're wearing the masks. And again, but we were told they were going to social distance. So I know that there were some pictures going around, and then the superintendent, he had visited the schools the day after and had shown some other pictures where social distancing was being enforced. But I mean, parents, it also might be a good idea for you to, talk to your kids about keeping and maintaining their space, right?
You know what's interesting? Sorry, real quick. An image came into my mind of something I saw the other day when kids got out of school. I was coming back to work, and so it was in the afternoon time. And where I stay, there's a big bus stop for like public school students. And the kids got off, and of course they were walking, and they weren't, arm in arm, and they weren't super close. These little kids, like elementary school level, were trying to maintain distance. But of course, if you're a parent or a guardian, you're like, hey, walk with your friends. Don't stray too far away from the pack. Like safety in numbers, like that whole thing. So I mean, I'm not a parent, obviously, so I don't know the stress you guys must go through and everything like that. But I mean, it is an interesting conundrum for them.
Yeah, there's a comment here from Linda, writes in, I'm at the point where I don't want my kids to go to school. I mean, a lot of people feel that way, right? I mean, look, what are you thinking, Linda? Like a 2-week timeout? Let's just put the lid on this, let these cases wash out, and then maybe reapproach it? What were the protocols for this situation, Rosemary writes in? Yeah, and I think that's also maybe part of the problem is when you have 2 different agencies. You got public health, which is the public health authority handling the response to the COVID, and then you got GDOE. So, yeah, we're not sure what the lines of communication are when there is a positive, because that all starts at public health, right? So is there a breakdown in them contacting GDOE, or do they just contact people individually? We don't know. Hopefully.
I just think it's time that the governor hold a press conference to calm.
Well, it should have been Friday.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, now is probably the time she should hold a press conference, get her people around her surgeon cell, and everybody,
And explain why we're not doing anything. I mean, maybe they have a good explanation.
or explain what we are going to do.
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's the plan?
Yep. All right. 6:35. Good morning. Yeah, keep your comments coming. We'll read them coming up after the news. Let's do the news now at 6:36 on this Tuesday, August 17th. This is the link. The link. Proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Our first look at news. Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. Guam records a triple-digit increase in positive cases, according to the JIC report. Out of 1,926 tests performed between Friday the 13th and Sunday the 15th, there were 107 samples that returned positive for COVID. Additionally, GDOE reports 7 students have tested positive for the virus. The following is a breakdown of the cases: 1 from Finagayan Elementary, 1 from Harry S. Truman Elementary, 1 from Maria Ujoa, 1 from Upi Elementary, 1 from Vicente Benavente Middle School, and 2 from Antolon Middle School. Teachers and parents who have been identified as contacts have been notified. Following disinfection at the impacted schools, classes resume today. To date, there have been a total of 9,018 officially reported cases of coronavirus, with 143 deaths. 378 cases are active. 9 people are hospitalized. 1 patient receiving ICU level of care. And there have been 8,497 recoveries. The CAR score is now 9.3. The chairperson of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group and its members made another pitch to the Magahaga during a meeting with her yesterday morning to implement restrictions to stay ahead of the spread of the Delta variant. Dr. Ho Win says with the surge in COVID cases, we need to put more attention on prevention.
We asked to have some limitation on the gathering. The number be set by the governor. We asked them to look at ways to implement the check on the vaccination status on business, especially restaurant, that you can dine in if you are fully vaccinated and you can prove that. If not, then I asked the restaurant to have some dining out outside for people that is not vaccinated. Dining out outside for people that is not vaccinated.
The proposed vaccination restriction, however, would not be applicable to minors below 12 because they're not eligible for vaccinations. According to Dr. Wynn, it isn't just the PAG recommending restrictions, but also the state surgeon cell. There is no word yet from Adelup on whether the governor will adopt any of the recommendations. Meanwhile, testing at the Teason Carnival grounds canceled for today because of the weather. It will resume tomorrow and continue through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 400 tests will be offered. Only PCR testing will be conducted. Testing is free and will be conducted on a first-come, first-served basis. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Bring a photo ID. A vaccination clinic, in the meantime, is scheduled for today at Public Health Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarahan from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, or you can also get vaccinated at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Dr. Anthony Fauci asked unvaccinated Americans to put aside their concerns about personal liberty and recognize the country's common enemy, COVID-19. Lilia Luciano reports.
Healthcare is hurting in America's hotspots. In Utah, ICUs are maxed out. Nationwide, children hospitalized with COVID hit a new record. In southern states, it's a public health emergency.
It's really tragic because we're seeing a lot of people get seriously ill.
Deaths are spiking, up 155% in the last month.
Please send help now.
90% of hospitalized patients are unvaccinated. Dr. Anthony Fauci told Face the Nation this pandemic is preventable.
We have about 90 million people who are eligible to be vaccinated who are not.
Still, more so-called freedom protests are flaring up. This weekend, this crowd inside the Oklahoma State House. And in Los Angeles, a fight broke out at City Hall. One man was stabbed. In Northern California, a megachurch is telling congregants they'll help them skip work-mandated shots.
We are pro-freedom here at Destiny.
But a new CBS poll of Californians shows a large majority support vaccine mandates at work.
Do you think workplaces should mandate vaccination?
Absolutely. It's good for all that are vaccinated to be able to feel safe.
Tomorrow, students get back to class here at the nation's second largest school district, and all across LAUSD, everyone must wear a mask indoors and all staff must be vaccinated at least by mid-October. Lilia Luciano, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Back to news here at home. If you haven't heard already, the tropical storm watch was canceled last night for Guam and Rota. According to the NWS's 4 a.m. bulletin, Tropical Depression 16W remains weak and at best loosely organized. We should note, though, the following advisories are in effect. A flash flood advisory for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan beginning from midnight through early Wednesday morning. This means that conditions may develop that lead to flash flooding. Heavy rainfall of 2 to 4 inches with locally higher amounts are possible tonight through tonight. Additionally, a high surf advisory and high risk of rip currents will be in effect for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan from now until 6 a.m. tomorrow. A small craft advisory also in effect. Guam, in the meantime, remains in condition of readiness 3. All public schools, Catholic schools, will have classes today, and Gov Guam operations are normal. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. It begins and ends with revenue projections. Senators continue their discussion on how much money will be available next year for appropriation from the general fund. KUM's Nestor Lecanto has been following the budget deliberations and files this report.
Thank you, Senator. Early in the session saw Budget Director Lester Carlson cozying up to senators, praising them for legislation that provides some fiscal flexibility heading into FY 2022.
I'm going to say thank you again for starting fiscal year 22 with $30 million less of debt obligations to pay. That plus we got the $11 million extra in Section 30. I think that you have the foundation to build upon the budget with the work that you've done before.
But Office of Finance and Budget Director Steve Guerrero counters that special funds are short by about $20 million, and the federal assistance that has kept the economy afloat will not be there next year.
So the trend that you're looking at for the last couple of months is a trend that's, I believe, is going to take a beating starting next fiscal year. And for today, it looks good. I mean, I won't say no to what they're saying, but for me, this trend is not going to continue on next year.
It's an important early consideration for senators, as will be the adopted revenues. OFB and the administration agree on every category except for business privilege tax, where they're about $42 million apart.
I think what we have before us is more of a question to the body as to whether or not you feel 238 or you feel 280.
Also getting a lot of attention is the $50 to $60 million earned income tax windfall. Most has already been earmarked to help pay for a new hospital and prison, but during questioning by Minority Leader Chris Duenas, Carlson cautioned that they don't know yet when and how that money will be received.
If, in fact, it's a reimbursable, we pay for it. We put in for the reimbursement, and that I think once we get a reimbursement, it's something that can be appropriated. Okay. But if it's in a trust fund, we can't use it.
It's important because we have to debate this. We've obviously have differences in terms of what we're going to adopt as revenues. Mm-hmm. But we also have differences in terms of what's been placed in here and available for appropriation. So that is absolutely going to be clear too, because even the administration, as far as I'm concerned, under a reimbursement scenario, doesn't have authority to use the funds. It would have to be appropriated.
Meanwhile, Speaker Therese Terlahi wants to ensure that the EITC, like the $30 million in child tax credits, are set aside for their intended purpose, the timely payment to qualified applicants.
That if we don't know right now the process that the EITC is coming in, if we should be spending it in advance or allocating it for budget purposes if we're not sure yet.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Applications for what's now officially called the All Rise program will be available by September 1st. That's the commitment from Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimizu, who says they'll be accepted on a first-in, first-out basis until the $30 million in funding is exhausted.
Governor Leon Guerrero issued an executive order Friday formally announcing the requirements for her All Rise program. DRT Director Daphne Shimizu explains.
You have to have filed a 2020 tax return. You have to, of course, meet the income thresholds, which are the same: 40,000 for a single filer, 80,000 or less for joint filers. And you'll have to, of course, have experienced and certify that your household has experienced negative impact from COVID-19.
She says applicants will only need to check a box to certify that they suffered a negative economic impact. But it's unclear what that means. Even the Treasury Interim Rule 2.6, which allows for cash transfers to households, does not elaborate on what a negative impact is. Shimizu did clarify that those who don't normally file a tax return must now file one to qualify.
There is the ability for people to file a 2020 return online. And so you can go to myguamtax.com and you can actually file a return online. And so for those individuals who filed a non-filer form, that non-filer form is not considered the equivalent of a 2020 return.
Meanwhile, applicants must also authorize DRT to access tax information and agree not to accept any other local direct assistance, such as is contained in a pair of bills recently passed by the legislature.
We're trying to be as thoughtful as possible of the process, and again, making sure that we try to make it as simple as possible for our people.
Again, applications will be out no later than September 1st and will be paid out on a first-in, first-out basis until the $30 million allocation is exhausted. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
It's one of those cases that when you see something, say something. And for two people over the weekend, that's exactly what they did when they saw a teenage boy standing alone on a street corner in Jigo. He was barefoot and nearly naked. KUAM's Joan Uggin-Charfers has the details.
It was Saturday morning at around 8 o'clock when a man and woman spotted a 13-year-old boy on the corner of Wistig Road and Chalanescuela in Jigo. The child didn't have any clothes on, except for makeshift underwear. According to the magistrate complaint, the witnesses were trying to talk to the boy when a blue RAV4, driven by 37-year-old David Michael Martinez Canata, pulled up and shouted at the minor, quote, "You're going to run from me, expletive," end quote. He then allegedly yelled at the witnesses to, quote, "Leave him alone. I'm trying to teach him a lesson," end quote. The minor started to cry before Canata pulled him into his car and drove off. The witnesses immediately called police, who made their way to a residence where they met with Canata's girlfriend, 29-year-old Sherry Antoinette Tyron Nauta. She told police the minor had run away earlier that morning and Canata went to pick him up. Officers then requested for Canata and the minor to head to the precinct for a wellness check. Upon arriving at the precinct, officers noticed the minor had a black eye and injuries to his wrists and ankles. The minor told officers that he ran away because he was mad at himself and that he sustained his injuries while playing a game with his older brother. He added that he got his black eye when he fell off the couch when he was sleeping. Officers then spoke with the minor's 16-year-old brother. According to court documents, from August 5th to August 8th, the brother claims he was bound with a rope and was not allowed any food or water or to use the bathroom. He told officers the only reason why he was released was because the rope was cutting off his blood circulation and breathing was difficult. The brother also described how on August 13th, Canata punched him in the eye and Nauta repeatedly kicked him in the wrists and ankles, and that both he and his younger brother had been tied up multiple times over the years. When officers finished interviewing the brother, they re-interviewed the 13-year-old, who admitted that he was tied up because he was touching good food in the fridge. Nauta allegedly told him to, quote, "Put it back. You and your brother got to find your own food. I'm not going to feed you guys," end quote. Documents indicate that during this time that some of Nauta's relatives witnessed the brothers being tied up, but did nothing. When the interview was complete, medics from the Guam Fire Department tended to the 16-year-old's injuries, which included a wound with bacteria buildup, lacerations on his wrists and forearms, calves, and bruising to his left eye. The two minors are currently in the custody of Child Protective Services. Nauta told officers that the brothers tie each other up, and that's how they got their injuries, and doesn't know why they would say all of this. Kanata and Nauta were arrested and each charged with 2 counts of child abuse as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony. Additionally, Nauta was charged with assault as a misdemeanor. Both were booked and confined. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonah Gancharfris.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan is now closed, but officials are still trying to determine how many Americans are in the country. One administration official called the situation at the Kabul airport, where the evacuation effort continues, tenuous. This comes as President Biden is receiving bipartisan criticism from senators over his handling of the U.S. withdrawal. Natalie Brand reports.
The U.S. military is working to secure the airport in Kabul as it is in the final days of evacuating Americans out of Afghanistan.
We have actually been working to evacuate thousands and thousands of Americans over time. Now it's about determining who is left and who didn't heed those warnings along the way.
Administration officials acknowledge they were surprised by the speed with which Afghanistan fell.
It was not an inevitability, it was a possibility. The speed was at the very fast end. It was not something we expected to go that quickly.
The White House says President Biden will be returning from Camp David this afternoon to make remarks on the developing situation in Afghanistan. Administration officials briefed House congressional members Sunday, saying it is a volatile situation that is changing rapidly. Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who served 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan, remains concerned.
Since the day the president made the announcement of the withdrawal, there have been a group of us in Congress that formed the Honoring Our Promises Working Group. We've been banging the drums, yelling, talking to anybody who will listen to us, saying, start the evacuation now.
Republicans have criticized President Biden's handling of Afghanistan, but the plan to draw down forces began under the previous administration.
We had the agreement that was signed in the Trump administration that began this process of helping to strengthen the Taliban, but ultimately this decision to completely and totally withdraw is Joe Biden's, and it is one that is disgraceful.
Administration officials say President Biden remains opposed to keeping U.S. forces in Afghanistan for a third decade of war. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
With your news in Chamorro, here is Kim Concepcion.
Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. I-chairperson para Physicians Advisory Group para gobyerno sa tagi talo may pagkimagahaga gimiting niya gi Lunes para managwaha mas rekto siya na reglamento para ika kitinan ni Delta variant. Seguto ho ang yuan, sasanga na pwede natisan ni kausang COVID gunigit sa guahan, debilita na ay mas atensyon. Itamano para tahay astinatsanot. Ilagi na mamaising bin no managwaha palu abstinensya ni kwanto na tauto sinaman et nun yung lugar ni nadini gobyerno. Mamaising ko sinya managwaha tayo mano para marikonosi iman mabakuna esta. Piori sagan sumotso siya, ni sinat sumotso ho gisan halom. Tazangin esta mabakuna o kabalis kumusinon preba. Tazangin tisinya, umanagwahalo kigisan hizong nasagan sumotso, nusinya manyotso itaw-taw siya ni taman mabakukuna. Imaproposo na restriction siya sa tikinubri minoridad, gito siya anyos para papa sa timang kwalifika para farmabakuna. Tawza suntugin na delob, para adoptay magahagay rin rekomenda ni Physicians Advisory Group. Gimas, Universidad Guahan sa paramata TZZ na din gobyerno ni Todi Empleo Guihi farmabakuna kontra COVID-19 antes di ultimo ni mes September. Iyan din sa efektibo gimapos na business sigaw ni memorandum ni manauhudong ni UOG. Ngaji timan mabakuna na empleo siya sa debido masamiti kada semana ay negatibo na resitong test PCR para antigen hasta kiman mabakuna ni Cabalis. Ngaji timan mabakuna después dia 24 ki September sa sinya masuspendi pat mamadudla gisetso niya. Otro asunto, mamamamaysa ni FBI at ni Departamentong Polisiya at Judo para makisoda aji masuspepetsa na Saki First Hawaiian Bank gimapos na business. Nurin ni Pori KUAM mamuka di tauto halong gibangko gita harmon na First Hawaiian Bank kasi alaunang gitaluani sa mamukat huzong dyan sa lapi. Itauto ni 20-50 anos na edad sa matato agagat niya. Gwelo kita tuntuho lago gipapayagapan na atadok niya. Kulod atalong sinanan niya, kulod homo may zona jeans, da kulod atalong gapertulun niya ni tutsungi esta. Como guam information mo por aduna sinaki, padhaji este na tauto por favor agang oficina ni FBI Guinea gisais 8803-73 paragang ni polisia sinoy Guam Crime Stoppers ki 477-4357. Mas artikulo aji COVID differential pay para empleo yang mahot siya sa sinya matu gitiwap man na tempo. Este ani presidente ni Mayor's Council of Guam si Jesse Alec asangan ay Departamento ng Administrasyon sa manahala mi salapi gito niya kao ni empleo gi bangko. Imaduprisitan na salapi sa David U. Kubri COVID differential pay desti abrit na mes esta pago na mes. Asangan mas na Departamento ng Administrasyon sa sesto matsogi esti gi Lunes pad Martes depende gi bangko ni empleo. Empleo siya sa malili sa nanako na dinitanin esti siya na apas ni Debbie Hui na pasi aji siya man matototsu entry public health na emergency. Yuto mo na sunto gifinot sa moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM si Dr. Juan Flores sa Guita Pago Nuevo na Principad i Career Tech High Academy Charter School. Sigon ni eskwela at tagi si Flores si Tamar Celis. I Career Tech High sa home of the Seahicks mafananaan. Dadabot siya intensyon niya para man mas hulo ininitifikan ni komunidad ni kultura Uma masi man mamayla na fetsan man matututo ginigi isla to ma fabrika forum par man mamayla na man maga si isla jan yurizata siya na lugar. Segundo na sa kanesti na eskwela sa matutuho na gupa diada si 8 Agosto. Si Flores ay giningwita superintendent ni Edukasyon Katoliko antidio para ginigi alatsa. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Take me home to the place that I belong. Down by that land where that's my home. Take me home, country road.
Go, Mayor. Hey, good morning.
With all due respect to the late John Denver, I really like that version better.
Yeah, sorry, John Denver.
And my dad was a huge John Denver fan. I grew up on John Denver.
Right,
And I'm digging that version.
That's the thing about us, Jamar, is we'll borrow your song and then we'll do it better than you. Good morning, Mayor Johnny Umatic in the house. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Chris, Serena, and Jason.
Well, can you say Muddler?
Muddler!
So, did you guys start preparing for the storm yesterday, Mayor, and then stop and then start again when it was tropical storm, and then stop, and then what was the day like?
We just cleaned the beaches with the bamboos and stuff, and then we heard about a storm yesterday or day before. There was a storm coming in, so we already prepped for. We cleaned all the gutters and everything, so where the flood sites are at. We cleaned it all already. So today we're supposed to run around and check the trees, the branches, and cut it down to whatever's going to fall on the road. So we were preparing already.
Do you have any COVID down there in your village, Mayor, that you heard about with all these cases going on?
What's that?
Did you have any COVID down there in your village with all these positive cases going on?
I have one, and then I had to have two of my staff and the family checked, and they all came out negative. Only one, but they took her to the hospital. And the one that she was hanging out with, two of my maintenance, they didn't catch it, they're negative.
Wow.
I then stayed home, and when 3 days after the testing, they were negative. So they're back at work now.
What's the feeling in your village, though, with this? Because we've been surging for over 2 weeks now. So what are people in Pneumatic saying about this latest surge?
They're scared. They're really scared about it. Again, we're only allowed 25 chairs and 5 tables when they're having something. We're cutting it down again back to our normal status down here when they have a function. 25 chairs and 5 tables you're only allowed to have. You cannot have more than 50. So we're trying to, bathrooms are closed. There are my uncles that come down here, and we have to open the bathroom for them. They're senior citizens, and we have to open it because it's emergency for them. I mean, I can understand if it's a young girl and a guy, it's okay to let them go on, but a senior citizen, we have to make them come in and use it.
Yeah, because it's very hard.
The staff will come right behind and clean up after that.
The 25 chairs, 5 tables, is that a public health policy? I thought.
What's that?
The 25 chairs, 5 tables you were talking about, is that a public health guideline?
Or are you just doing it on your own?
No, it's not.
This is something you're doing on your own.
Yeah, it's just a safety measure just to cut down the parties down here, because the parties down here is, gets really hectic down here.
Are you saying you guys like to party down south?
Yeah, what? Pneumatic like to party? Get out of here.
Party down here.
What about
There's complaints about the bathrooms. How come we're not opening the bathrooms? But I'm not going to open my bathroom. I don't care what anybody says. It's for the safety of the people here in Pneumatic and outside.
Mayor, have employees gotten their COVID differential pay?
What's that?
COVID differential pay, has that been paid out?
I think so. I'm not sure. I haven't checked yet.
Okay. We're just following up because we heard that the money was deposited or something yesterday, and you would think that everybody,
I don't know.
Yeah, employees would have gotten all of their pay that's been owed for a while.
I heard about it, but I haven't checked yet.
Okay.
Right now, I think we should think about the safety of our people.
Right. So, everything's okay? No flooding or anything down there in Pneumatic?
Oh, no flooding right now. We're supposed to pick up trash today because there's a lot of trash on the side of the road every Friday. That's what we usually do, but we want to go and make sure that the trash doesn't fly away from even the constituents. They have trash out on the road. So we pick those up so that in case the storm starts, there's no trash flying all over the place. So we did that yesterday, and we're doing it today too.
Good call, Mayor. You good?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, for jumping on. I asked you to come on because we thought there was going to be a storm, but then there's no storm, but I didn't want to uninvite you, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Let us know when your next party is down there.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too,
You
Mayor.
too, Mayor.
All right, from Pneumatic, let's make the journey up north to Tamuning, Tumon, Harmon with Mayor Louise Rivera. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for joining us.
Half a day. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Bananas to us. 7:10. Mayor, I guess we'll just start with the same thing we asked Mayor Johnny. Is like in Tamuning with this surge going over 2 weeks, high number of positive cases. What's the feeling in your communities?
I know that I've gotten a lot of calls from parents, they're fearing, the fact that their kids are having to go to school and all the different issues that we've been hearing about and seeing pictures of, the crowding of schools, the crowding of the buses, things like that. And so, there's parents that are already, they don't want their kids to go to school, but they have to attend. So, it's just really educating the children to keep their mask on and stay the distance. If you feel that they're coming too close, tell them, step back, or, so I'm seeing there's still the fear of people coming together. And even, with here at the office, those that are in need of our assistance and mayor's verifications, things like that, people, they still, respect the fact that, we're still doing window service here at the mayor's office. We're, the gym and the center is closed, but also because we're going through renovations, so there's still all that going on regarding this pandemic. It's, we just ask that, people continue to be vigilant and be careful, take all the necessary precautions. And if you're sick, stay home. A lot of places are opening up, because of the economy. And so we, if you're, even if you have a little cough, I always get worried even when I attend mass, and then we hear people coughing, it's like, oh my goodness, should they be here? We love that, they come out and they have their faith in God and all that, but, it makes everybody else around them nervous, We don't know what kind of cough it is. Is it a smoking cough, or their saliva went down the wrong pipe, or, but, they're like, oh no, I'm not sick. But, we'll like, well, I would check, like, are you okay? Do you need a cough drop or something? But, so again, it's just, if you're not feeling well, if you have a cough, stay home, and try to take care of it, or, continue to mask up and stay your distance.
Mayor, Chris asked you about the concerns about the surge. I wanted to ask you about concerns from your constituents regarding this never-ending wait for the All Rise payments. What are you hearing? Because I saw you at the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting. I was watching the video, and you were concerned about the long lines, right? With the mayor's verification, the governor's kind of gotten rid of that. You don't need to have that. But it's also just the fact that it's a first come, first served basis. We heard from Daphne that when they do open it, they're looking at midnight. And some people don't have computers, and it didn't seem like it would be fair. And I think we asked Mayor Alec yesterday, like, are you going to open your office at midnight at night so that people can come in and who don't have computers can apply? So I'm just wanting to get your perspective on everything that's happened with this All Rise program.
Well, again, I feel like, all these thoughts have gone through my mind about these things, but just hearing what people are saying about it, I mean, especially now, we're still waiting for the full guidelines. We have not received it yet officially. I've heard different interviews with the director of Revenue Tax. I know that we, the Mayor's Council of Guam, had a meeting scheduled with her in regards to the All Rise program. Again, about opening up at midnight, no one has talked to us about that. There have been concerns where, like, people are like, oh, forget it, they're not gonna bother because about like how things are going, and how it started a long time ago. So a lot of people, yes, they have come in, they lined up, and they're like, oh my goodness, what a waste of time. We did all that for nothing, preparing, because they were told to prepare and get your mayor's verification. And so now, I'm anxious to hear what the guidelines are, what it's going to be for, when we're scheduled to meet with them tomorrow. So I would know more then, and I would be better and capable to relay that message to the community. Especially that part where they're also required to I guess explain their hardship, what they went through this pandemic, in order to qualify. So there's questions about that as well, because whether or not, even with us who continue to work every day, there's still the issues of, like, with me, just to run into the store to buy a carton of milk, the lines could be super long, so just having to wait, and then by the time we get in, there's a lot of little things. So we really need it to be talked about and explained, and why they chose the guidelines. We need to see the guidelines first, and then we can ask all our questions then.
Okay,
so we are notified, I will be better prepared to inform our people.
So Mayor's Council of Guam is scheduled to meet with the Department of Revenue and Taxation tomorrow.
I did get a message that we have a meeting, so we're excited and anxious to hear what the guidelines are.
I think everybody is there. This is something, I'm just going to say they should have done all this before they made the announcement. Because yet again, we have the governor, she gets in a mood, drops out an EO, nobody knows anything about it, and now here we are playing catch up. We did have some comments here off our, because we posted this on our Facebook about the governor instituting her All Rise executive order, which keeps the $30 million cap and the payment amount. Some of the comments here, she made it difficult for the people to apply for this All Rise. She's giving the people of Guam a hard time. She must have forgotten that because of the people of Guam, she has the title of Governor of Guam. Tina comments, definitely not for the people. Wow, just wow. Seriously, a cap and first come, first serve? Donald comments in, one-term governor, you're out of there. Tammy, she knew what she was doing when she made it All Rise. No, it was only for the private sector. How can you make your people suffer more? 30 million only when you got $604 million? First come, first serve? Really? Dictator, dictator, dictator. Yeah, anyway, so I think you get the point there.
Good morning, Mayor.
Yeah, good morning. It's a public relations nightmare. I mean, we're talking about people getting money here, and that no one is kissing her ass. Everyone's just like, we don't care if you got $604 million, you're not spending it, we don't know your plan. You kill this RISE Act, which was a law, then you replace it with this All Rise, which is all kinds of confusing. And meanwhile, the people still standing around. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Mayor.
Well, keep us posted about that meeting. What time is it again?
I believe it's scheduled for the afternoon time. I was told 2 o'clock.
In person?
Yeah. In person at Sinahanya. Everyone knows to keep their distance and, wave or, no touching.
Right. What about anything new with the homeless situation? That's something you also had been very critical and concerned about, at the start of the pandemic, and what to do with our homeless population. Have you heard anything new? Like, is there another shelter going to open anytime soon?
No, I just I know that they have acquired the building in Tamuning by Blockbuster, that area. So I continue to work with Mayor Hoffman, who is our representative. for the Mayor's Council of Guam, and Paula with Catholic Social Service. But again, a lot of the homeless that we have around here, they choose to be out there. We try to assist them, and it's also great that a lot of people are getting vouchers, for, to help them with their housing assistance. It's just, it's really difficult finding, places for them that are available, for those that are single, they're allowed, they receive a voucher for a 1-bedroom unit, things like that. But, with the cost of, especially like in this area, the cost of rental is high, and, there's not enough available at this time.
Blockbuster to Mooning?
Yeah, we're at there, Mayor.
Next door, the old Mooning Plaza, I believe.
Like a apartment complex, or?
No, it used to be like a Mooning Plaza hotel.
So is this the back end of Blockbuster?
If you're facing Blockbuster, it's the one to the left.
Okay.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never stayed there, but I know of the area.
Wow. So do you know? Is it like a done deal
Jay's
already?
got a pick. Let's go put a pickup.
We didn't have any grand opening or ribbon cutting or anything.
Yeah.
But I know it's being worked on, and we continue to look for other places that are available.
Is that it, Mayor? The one oh you can't see it.
Exhibit A, Mayor.
To Mooning
Exhibit A.
Plaza Hotel. Right? Is that what?
Don't worry. You're not going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Why are you guys all scared of the Gov? It's just a homeless shelter. Big deal.
Yeah.
I don't want to, I know that
See?
it's still, that the process
okay.
is still ongoing.
You have
so we don't
immunity
wanna-
here on this show. It's all right.
I know that they were mentioning something about we're waiting for flood insurance or something like that.
But Mayor, what do you make of we got this one shelter open, we're opening a second, but when I take a look around, it seems like there are just more homeless out on the streets.
These are individuals that are out there that we're seeing out soliciting at the side of the road. They actually have a place to go to and family. They just choose to be out there. And, there's even those that want to save power, to, make sure that their power bill doesn't go up. So they leave their house and they hang out in the park all day or down at the beach, and they look like they're homeless because they're there with all their stuff, but they do have a place to go to after. And then there are really those that can't afford their rent anymore and are being evicted, and some of them get embarrassed. They go and they stay in a jungle area, or they squat in an abandoned building. There's those different things. And so, I really commend all the wonderful people that go out and do this social work, whether or not they're employed with a nonprofit or, just families around the community that want to come out and help. And they also make us aware, help us to be aware of things that we don't see, and so they share that so that we can do what we can to assist these people, those that are in need.
Right. Mayor, before we let you go, I wanted to ask if there was anything or any new developments to the break-in at the Senior Center and Community Center from a couple weeks ago. I know that it was reported that they were caught on camera.
Yes, there were cameras, all around the area, and then also in our neighboring, buildings. And so I know that I've been working with Guam Police Department to find these individuals. I believe the last I heard, the latest update was, they're in hiding. And so, I just want the people of Guam to be aware that over $20,000 worth of items were stolen, from audio equipment to, instruments, things, that belong to our senior citizen center and, our personnel. And so, don't be receiving or purchasing hot items. And if someone approaches you to sell you these things, please report it in right away to Guam Police Department or to here at our office. Things that were stolen are from speakers to a karaoke system, mountain bike, a guitar, cameras, there's just a bunch of stuff, all our audio equipment, so it's crime to the community. And it's, a lot of wonderful people have come out and supporting, have donated some of these items. A lot of them were purchased, and, we do have a federal program, running out of our center. So, this is a crime, and, that hurts everyone, and it's totally unacceptable. Our surrounding neighbors, one of the stores also got robbed. So we continue to ask the community to be vigilant, to be on the lookout for these suspicious individuals. People are supposed to be wearing masks to keep safe, not to be used to, go and harm others and, steal their private property, and so again, I've talked to the Guam Police Department to please set up, we have to continue having these neighborhood crime watch meetings. People need to voice out their concerns and see what they can do to stay safe and help keep our community, in a safe place for, all of us.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor. By the way, have you guys gotten any ARP money?
Well, I'm not sure what exactly it is. I know that they've been all our officers, with Mayor's Council of Guam have been doing our best to get to make sure that we get funding for all the needs, and so that we can also open up, our senior citizen centers still closed. And so we're trying to find funding to make sure like all the air ducts and everything is cleaned out and safe for our, for all our people to come back.
So that's a no.
It doesn't come to me in my hands. I can't say yes or no, but there's a lot of needs that we have for the community that we're asking for, and I know that they're working on getting it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I'd ask, especially if you're having a meeting with DRT and possibly will be tapped to help with the distribution or whatever it is with the All Rise program. Just kind of wondering,
might get some money for it,
not to mention the fact you guys have been on the front lines of this pandemic since the very beginning.
But the most important fact is that they won't tell us if they spend ARP. We got to ask, so that's why we're asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we're getting you in trouble there.
To get funding to help us with everything.
Right on.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you.
Stay
Always
safe.
a pleasure, Mayor Luis Rivera of Tatuha. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room and go now to Senator Sabina Perez of the Guam Legislature as they are in full swing for budget talks. Right, Senator? Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina, and to the listening audience. Thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you for coming on. So how have the budget sessions been going? Are you guys getting all the answers that you have been looking for from the administration?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned about the ARP funds. I think that would be an important piece of information to have. I know that the governor has the discretionary power to distribute those, but my concern is that with our current budget, we've only allotted 1% for economic development. And of course, there's 38% of that budget goes to public education. And, you know, considering that there's 18,000, you know, potentially unemployed, and, you know, there's others too. I mean, you know, coming through as far as our education system, you know, those that are graduating, we really would like to, you know, direct these funds to help rebuild our economy at this time. I think it's very important that we work together on this. It's unfortunate that we are only seeing half of the picture. I think when we work together, we can definitely make this and engineer an economic recovery much quicker. So I think that's one of the things that is missing. But in regards to the other things, it seems that BBMR and OFB seem to be pretty much seeing the same things as far as what we're tracking historically. The points where they depart are basically when it comes to BPT. So BBMR takes more of the optimistic view in regards to what they see as coming in regards to business privilege taxes. OFB, you know, paints a more, I guess, conservative picture based on tourism numbers and perhaps the PUA program ending. The other thing that's very different is the allocation, or sorry, the inclusion of the windfall that we're having for the very first time, which is the EITC, which we had to pay out of our own coffers, and now the federal government is going to reimburse us, but we don't know the full details as of yet. The other thing is the child tax credit, which is, you know, before we had just the additional child tax credit, and that was capped, I believe, at $2,000. But now it's been increased to about $3,600, depending on what I guess how many children a person would have. It would increase the amount that they could get. So these are things that are new to the budget that we would definitely have to consider. But for me, if we really want, I mean, now is an opportune time for the budget to really, you know, put some of this money towards economic recovery. And I think there's more that can be done when I look at this budget.
Yeah. Definitely.
But not having the ARP information, that doesn't help necessarily. That doesn't help us. And I think it's really important that we sit together and, you know, I think if we put all our heads together, I mean, when you look at first of all, GCC, and under the leadership of President Maricata, she has found a winning model to bring people back to work, which is the boot camps. I think it's really important to harness a lot of the innovative ideas that many of our people have and work together. I think that's what it's going to take. And also looking at the budget, I mean, it shows that a large portion of the tax refunds are based on government, you know, subsidies. So 110 million out of the 145 million of tax refunds. And, you know, what that indicates to me is that really, you know, we've been in a slump for such a long time, but we've just, you know, got used to it. And, you know, this pandemic has kind of really woke us up that we really need to work on our economy, diversifying our economy. You know, I think, you know, that's something I've always said, you know, in your show many times. Yeah. It really starts with education, and we need to retool and our agencies to ensure that we are adapting to the times, especially now with this pandemic. I mean, it just shows that we really, it exacerbated a lot of the problems that we've had. Right. And it's high time that we really, you know, work towards fixing those issues, those long-standing issues.
What's the next play for you guys? Because a lot of these long-standing issues that you're talking about fixing, I mean, you guys turned in the plan. It was signed off on by all 15 senators. You gave the plan to the governor. There were some very lofty, very aspirational ideas in your American Rescue Plan spending outline, which included, you know, tens of millions for infrastructure upgrades, tens of millions for off-island scholarships, right, for professional and technical students to go off island and become doctors, lawyers, whatever, come back and give those services to our community. So you've done that. You guys have written about a ream's worth of letters to Adelup about their plan, but nothing's happening. And the governor seems to reiterate that she believes you guys should stay in your lane. She's not addressing you. She's addressing Senator Joe San Augustine. So when we talk about wanting to know where the money is going to go and wanting to have that big part of the picture, which is the ARP, are you guys entertaining the possibility that you might not ever get that picture unless you go to court or something? Because it doesn't seem like the governor's going to budge, and it's been months, right, since that meeting.
Yes. So yeah, we're still in the budget talks. I mean, hopefully we can, come to terms and come to the table and, work together. That's always my hope. And yeah, I prefer much to do it more of the nice route, if possible. Yeah, I think that we're extending our hand. The legislature is extending our hand to sit down and work together. I think, September is coming around where PUA is ending. We really need to kick into gear a plan for the people. And, I think it's really about the long term. This money is not going to come around again. I don't see this type of help coming around again. And we're squandering our opportunities if we're not going to sit down and work together on this. There's so much more that can be worked together versus working in silos. And this has to change if we really want to turn Guam around economically, to be sustainable. And this is something what she stands for. She stands for sustainability, with the G3 framework, right? So what better way to practice it by working together with the legislature to ensure that we are engineering an economic recovery. And the Delta variant is in our community. We haven't gotten over the pandemic, and what we learned from this pandemic is that if we're going to keep our community safe, we have to work together to protect each other. Likewise with the economic downturn, what this pandemic is showing us, I think, is that if we're to come out of this, we have to work together, not only protecting our health, but also helping to build a more resilient economy.
Well, Senator, we certainly thank you for coming on. We've got to go because we have an interview that we need to get to with the superintendent. Obviously, there's been significant developments with students who have tested positive. So thank you so much for coming on. There are a couple of other things that we'll reach out to you because I would like to get an update on whether or not there's going to be that joint oversight hearing with the situation at Marvo Cave, and also more on the bills that you and Speaker Theresa Lahi introduced. But for now, like I said, we do have to get to the superintendent. Thank you again, and good luck, really, during budget session.
We didn't even get to ask you about the All Rise, so we'll try and get you on, I don't know, if you tail into this week or next, to ask you about this All Rise
DRT's
situation.
meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. with the mayors.
There, in case you didn't know.
Okay, thank you, Sister
Thank
Moxie.
you.
Have a great day.
All right.
Okay. 7:38. Let's actually go to the phones now, where we are joined by Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez. John, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Anthony, Chris, and Sabrina. I am on the road, so hopefully our connection stays good when we're talking.
Right. Let's just get right into it because I'm sure maybe your phone's been blowing up, but I know certainly ours has been. Parents just really, really concerned about the news about the positive cases within GDOE, and we're talking about students. And so first, let's just give you the opportunity to kind of address those concerns.
Well, first thing I would say is that we're well aware, I think, as a community, of the rising cases in the recent couple of weeks. So to know that there's about 400 active cases in isolation, it's highly likely that of course you're going to see a positive case within the school system, a school system of 28,000 kids, and and 4,000 employees. So it's never been a situation where we've thought that we would never get a case in the schools. In fact, we've been very active and transparent in reporting them so that everybody knows when there is a case. So obviously we started the school year last week, and in the first couple of days we were able to identify positive cases that came to our attention, and right now we are addressing those cases through contact tracing, quarantine, and testing, like usual. So, what the message I want to make, get out there is that, we definitely know there's a likelihood of having cases in the school system, and our job is really to contain and prevent the spread of the virus. And so at this particular point, while we do have 7 cases, 5 of them are, separate cases in different schools, and then we have 2 separate cases in Unsalon. So it's not like we have 7 cases in one particular classroom, which would be concerning. We mirror the community, and we have a case, 1 case in 7 schools. I mean, this is on a school basis, on a school-by-school basis. For those schools that have been affected, we're still talking about, 0.1% of the population being identified as positive. And what we're working on is ensuring that we don't have any indication of spread of the virus. So that's where we are. I've talked to our administrators. We know there's people reacting about the safety of the schools, of students and teachers. And at this point, from my observations at the schools and from my look at the data, we don't have any indication of any spread of the virus. And in fact, we are seeing high compliance across the schools in terms of the safety measures to really help us in containing any potential spread. So right now we're activated. We're in constant touch with each other and with public health, and I think we've taken overly cautious measures at this point, just because we're phasing in, to try to just ensure that we identify any potential contacts and have them come in for testing and clearance before they return to school. So that's where we are right now, and this is not a surprise for us. We expected that, given what's happening in the community, you will see a case that comes up, at some point at a school, and our job is to deliver an effective response.
Right. John, can you just walk us through what happens when a student or someone at the campus tests positive? What do you guys do?
Well, when we are aware of a positive test, and of course, in these first couple of days, it's obvious that the virus didn't come from the school. I mean, it's only the first day or 2 of the school year when we started to get indication of need for testing and positive, and then a positive result this week. So, but once we get a positive case, we definitely have to confirm this with public health, and so we're pretty good at getting that confirmation quickly, and then we go through the contact tracing. In this situation, just to be frank, we just since it's the beginning of the school year, we have identified for the elementary schools, for instance, the entire class we notified, as well as the teacher, for the purpose of testing and quarantining. And so that's what we're doing, even though the guidance really is to focus in on those who have, who are within the 6-foot distancing for a prolonged period of time, over 15 minutes altogether. So we didn't actually, rely on that narrower definition. We just said the whole class. Let's just see how it goes in terms of testing the whole class and the teacher, and then we will, slowly improve or refine our approach as we get more data. So that's what we've done in the elementary schools. In the secondary schools, it's a little bit more disruptive because we've actually notified the entire team of teachers to go ahead and test, arrange for testing, so that we're clear about the teachers being okay, and then also all the students who were in the classes that the index case was in. So, again, as you know, in middle school, you don't stay in the same classroom. You go to different classes or different students, and we've taken a very broad approach to requiring testing and quarantining and based on the results, we'll determine what further action is needed. I guess the other aspect to that is, it happened. I think some of the things that we're kind of working through is that we know very well, and at this point, we know that the role of our social workers is going to be important, because as we went through our listing of students, there are certain, families that were harder to reach. So we did mobilize our social workers to immediately address those families and notify them so that we can prevent the students from having to come to school, and they can be notified while they're at home. So our social workers have been deployed, and so we're going to look at that continued role for them, given what we've seen in the first couple of days.
John, we had a concern that was expressed by a listener about a family member who was exposed to COVID, sent home riding the bus, wasn't informed. The guardian wasn't informed until hours later. Just kind of going back to that protocol, is the department doing anything to kind of close those timeline gaps?
Well, again, the issue is being able to identify the positive and the close contacts. And in this case, we've been very, we were working over the weekend and Sunday night to start that process, and into Monday to identify all the students who need to be contacted. And that contact went directly to the parents. So I'm not sure about that situation and what that, with school and what, but we're looking closely at the response mechanism. In this case, what we realize is, in working with public health, is we're taking an overly cautious approach. So that means a lot more students that would normally need to be identified in contact tracing are being identified just to be extra cautious. But really, we've exceeded the guidance in response, with regard to our response. We consider this like a phase-in stage where we're testing our response and, again, being overly cautious and then looking at the results as we get them from public health.
John, can you just clear this up for me? So if a student tests positive, is the entire class quarantined?
For now, that's what we're doing, and it's been public. I guess working with public health as we started this year, where again the issue is detecting and preventing the spread. So the recommendation for public health was to go ahead and quarantine the whole class, but over time we will see that change. So one of the critical issues that we have to get established now that we're into the school year are things like the seating arrangements. So in the first couple of days when the kids are coming in and they're just establishing their seating arrangements, that's a little bit more difficult to do in the first couple of days of school, to say that we can rely on an established seating arrangement to identify who the close contacts are. So every school is providing that seating arrangement so that we can do a better and a more targeted job of contact tracing. But in the first couple of days, especially with secondary students who add and drop classes, we didn't want to just rely on the seating arrangements for this immediate response. As we get into the school year, though, what we will be doing is using those seating arrangements to identify the close contacts and focus in on those students and teachers specifically. And I think that will help the process along.
How many days quarantine are we talking about, John?
I always rely on our nurse to be the one to give the results. But my understanding is that it's a 10-day quarantine as a default. If they get tested, the kids who get tested and come up with a negative will be able to go back like at day 7. But normally, if you are quarantined and you don't get tested, you have to be home at least for those 10 days.
Wow.
So it's really a 7 to 10-day range. And, our school nurses are really the ones who we tell our families to get that official information.
Right.
Because as the guidance changes or varies, we want to make sure that, we're following.
So they get like 7 to 10 days worth of schoolwork to take home?
Or does it switch to distance learning at that time?
Yes. So, my understanding of the schools that have been affected is they've been able to provide the Google Class links for students to be able to transition to online, including the support for the laptops, et cetera, for this period of time. So again, we haven't had to deal with this at this scale, for the past 18 months. So a lot of what we're doing, is part of our plan. But of course, this is the first time we're really executing the plan at this scale. So, we're really monitoring it closely and ensuring that we, look at what we can improve as we go forward. But
John,
yes, the schools have been quick to set up the Google links and get the kids transitioned over while they're out.
just a couple more questions. What is the department doing to better address the social distancing? Because I know you saw the pics from and granted it was the first day of school, but we still get some comments about class, the closeness of students in the class and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, first of all, like I said, it's very, you have to imagine how difficult it is to really teach students their distancing requirements and all the rules when they're not in school, right? So the first day, kids coming back, a lot of the efforts of our teachers and staff and administrators was really focused on getting them in and then organizing so that we could communicate with them those rules and those, and the parameters and the consequences and all of that. So, it really isn't fair to use day one as an indication. I think, I went around day two, and especially to the schools where I heard some of that noise, and the schools are adjusting, making those adjustments. In fact, Ukudu was one of those schools that on day one there was some concern that kids were in the gym and they weren't distanced. Day two they were organized into 3 cohorts for lunch, and and for in the gym and in the cafeteria, and it was an immediate effective adjustment made based on being able to communicate with the students and let them know that this is how things are going to work this year. It's very hard to do that when they're home and then over the summer, no matter what we do. Right. So it was really important to get them in, work through the protocols, and so forth. I think the same thing with the parents and the drivers. We are encountering a high number of car riders, so schools are really working to figure out how to make the adjustments needed so that the flow of traffic is better. But we've seen that through some of those traffic issues in these first few days, mostly because the car riders have doubled, if not multiplied more than that. So that means we have to adjust traffic patterns and into the school and out of the school. So we'll make those adjustments. I've seen improvements already in just the first few days, but it really has taken us really required us to get back into it so that we could see how things actually turn out and then begin those changes. I do want to say one thing on the distancing and all of the other safety requirements. It's a lot of it's just common sense. The virus, is a threat if it gets into your respiratory system. That's why the face masks are fundamental. If you're not vaccinated, especially, but vaccination is what we're looking for everybody. But if not, the face masks are really fundamental to limiting the risk of the virus getting into your respiratory system. And so the face masks were, based on my observations, a high compliance rate. I didn't see any issues with students coming off the bus, students going to school, walking through the school or in their classes with the face mask. But everything else, hand washing, cleaning the surfaces, physical distancing, all of that has to do with not getting that virus in the air, on your skin so that you can transmit it through your mouth and through your nose and through your, and so as long as those face masks are on, I feel comfortable. And then with the other safety measures, we're going to continue to work to address and improve. So, I think that's something that we just really need to think through as to where the risk is in terms of transmission. And I have to say, even though there's the debate about masking that I see in the States, I am glad that our elementary school kids, middle school kids, and high school kids don't have an issue at this point with following the rules.
Right. John, I wanted to just go back to, I think we had asked you this last week about the online learning option as we, if we continue to see this surge climb and Obviously, if we get more positives in the schools, whether or not there's school transmissions, anxiety levels obviously going to rise with the parents. So, are there any plans at all to revisit your decision to close off the online distance learning option for? Go ahead.
So so again, for me, what I'm monitoring and then looking at is transmission of COVID-19, because the whole issue around schools opening has to do with whether or not schools will contribute, to the spread of the virus or be what they call super spreaders, and that's our concern. And so long as we don't see that spread, we believe that that's evidence of our ability to address cases that we see safely and effectively. So that's what we're monitoring. If it comes to a point because of the community situation, right, because of what we're seeing at the karaoke bars or what we're seeing with people on base, making up half of the cases that we saw early on in this recent spike, or opening of restaurants and grocery stores. If we see that in the community contributing to the high rates in the community, we would guess that there would be a higher level decision about what's open and what's closed, right? So with regard to the schools, I think at this point, our job is to do our job, get our kids in school, make sure that we don't have any incidents of spread of the virus. But if the community, goes in a different direction, in terms of the spike of cases, then I'm sure the governor and I will be speaking about whether it makes sense to keep schools open. My message to her is close the bars, restaurants, and grocery stores first, and then we can look at the schools if we're concerned about all the rules that have been relaxed. Right. Otherwise, let's continue to do what we need to do to keep ourselves safe. Get vaccinated. I mean, the protection for kids. We care about our kids, and we need those adults in those families to really evaluate their options in terms of getting vaccinated, so that we can all work together to protect our students.
What about hard copy, John? Because I know you said online requires moving of students to different teachers that are already kind of locked in place. But we did have a comment from a listener who says hard copy, we can pick it up.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, I won't say the specific schools and so forth, but I do know that in the discussions we've had that there are hard copy available that could be made available for those classes that are being affected. So it would really be through that teacher in that class to make those available should online be an issue. But remember, we do have the laptops available, the MiFi devices, and so forth. So our first effort is going to be to transition the kids online. But if that's not going to work, I know that I saw in our chat, teachers are preparing the possibility of hard copy lessons to go to those students.
John, just real quickly, what's the average class size?
The average class size is going to be kind of in a normal range. So I would say that in the classes I visited, you see about 25 students in class. They're all within that 3-foot distancing requirement, meeting that 3-foot distancing requirement. Use of face masks. I've been really pleased with regard to the schools and the classrooms that I've seen. The challenges that we are having, of course, and that we're observing and trying to work through is what happens during the break times and the transition times and so forth. So, that's going to be the adjustment that needs to be made. And when we're working with the schools to address, what happens during recess or during lunch, to make sure that we supervise and enforce the distancing requirements. But what's good about about most of our schools is that during break time they're outdoors, and being outdoors is going to be a much more protective situation than being in an enclosed space. So for most schools where you're outside and you are able to have some room to spread around, and that's okay. Now with the rains, that's been an issue, right? This with the weather, when the weather is challenging, they can't do that. So again, with the schools collaborating with us, we're looking at what solutions might help them to address those situations.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify, we have 7 students that tested a positive, but if there's almost 200 students that are in quarantine.
Well,
that
I don't
aren't.
have the exact. I don't have the exact.
No,
numbers,
but I mean,
yet.
if based on
Yeah,
on average, if it's 25 and there's 7 students, multiply that. So, right
I would
there.
say there's more than that at
Okay.
this point because of the couple of there are 3 secondary students, right? So if you are in an elementary school, yes, it would be your class of 25 students, 25 to 30 students maybe at the most. And then if you're in a secondary school, what we've taken a very broad approach. And so we're going to have to relook at this, but we basically said if you're going to be in 6 or 7 classes during the school day, we want to notify and test those students. So you're multiplying. That's almost 140 students in those 2 schools, right? Antolon and Benavente. Again, this is phase 1. We're going to see how it goes in terms of testing and in terms of what we're learning. But we already discussed in public health that once the seating arrangements are completed for the secondary levels, we can go to that 6-foot distance for close contact.
Well, thank you, John. I know we've got to keep the show going. There's a lot of comments here. Hopefully, you or any of your deputy superintendents might be able to take a look at it and maybe hopefully address some of these concerns on our stream.
Yeah,
There's quite a few.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
But again, I can only do so much to let everybody know what we're doing, and we plan to do that. We plan to be as transparent as possible. We do know there's a lot of fear.
Mm-hmm.
We do know there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of uncertainty out there. And what we're doing here in the department is making sure that we educate ourselves about the virus, about the transmission of that virus in school settings. We're learning from what other districts have done and what their results have been. And what we've learned is that so long as we have these multiple layers of protective measures in place, we stand a strong chance of limiting the spread of the virus in school settings. In fact, we even saw a recent U.S. News report on a study that showed the same within the school bus environment, that if you have your mask and if you have you're able to open those windows a little bit to facilitate the flow of air, that the transmission of the virus was minimal in school bus settings. So what we're learning and what we're trying to ensure that we implement is really based on studies and based on research of what has happened over the last 18 months in school districts that have stayed open. So that gives us confidence that we have taken the right approach, that we are taking an approach that has been demonstrated elsewhere. But of course, every hour, every day, we're going to be tracking the numbers to make sure that we are on top of our situation and our response. And that'll be our continued effort and our commitment to our families.
Thank you, John.
Thanks. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we'll see you. There you go. Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez, there with a good 30 minutes of information. Guys, it's 8:03. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack from that. It sounds like there's a lot of students on quarantine.
Well, if the average, what he said was around 25.
Yeah.
7 students test positive. You multiply that. I think it was almost 200, but he said that it's more than likely more, because I think when you go into middle school, don't you switch classes?
Yeah, you do.
Right? Yeah. But in the chats, in the chat and on this live stream, definitely a lot of parents are concerned. One writes, my child's teacher claims she did not need to use her mask because she's vaccinated. Masks should be mandatory for everyone due to the possibility of spreading the virus to our children, especially our unvaccinated children. Masks are mandatory no matter what, I believe, GDA, if you're vaccinated or not.
Yeah.
And that's something that you probably should let...
address with your school's administrators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why do you continue to make it look good when you know that social distancing is really not happening? Yeah, look at it when all the kids get sick. You're full of it. Quit risking the children's lives.
We're KUAM FM. I got Guam on the breeze. But due to some technical difficulties, we're just going to jump on to KUAM TV without all the theme music. So let me know when you're ready, sir. Boom, boom. Morning, KUAM TV. Morning. It's 8:05, Tuesday, August 17th. This is The Link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Galvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. We're going to take a look at news, and we're also going to kind of unpack this interview we just did with Superintendent John Fernandez, who was able to jump on this morning. Just really amidst, I want to say there's a lot of, I don't want to say tidal wave of concern, but there's a lot of concern from a lot of parents. And John mentioned the fear and the anxiety, which is totally normal to feel at this time, especially when you turn on the TV and you see what the Delta variant's doing in the States. And when you turn on the Link and you hear Dr. Hoa say that we're in the midst of a Delta surge. Right? So you're totally justified. I think the challenge really is for like anything with the schools and their protocols, is to come up with a plan that's flexible, right? Because obviously it's only been 3 days of school, so John does have a point where a lot of this transmission is possibly coming from the home. Dr. Hoa, one of the Physicians Advisory Group, was just shooting me some messages during that interview that the parents, if your kids are sick, keep them home. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with our 8 o'clock newscast right here on The Link. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
She had her whole life ahead of her. She was beautiful, humble, smart, but more than 30 years ago,
she was brutally raped and stabbed multiple times inside the bedroom. As far as the struggle, she was bound and gagged, so she couldn't put up much of a resistance.
Jennifer Mesa was only 16 years old.
Were there ever any arrests that were made in connection to her death?
No, till this date, none.
Coming up on episode 2 of Crimes Without Conviction, Beauty and the Beast.
These are killers that walk among us. And if we don't ever put them away because of what they did before, they still walk among us.
It's episode 2 of Crimes Without Conviction on the KUAM Podcast Network, available on demand now on most streaming platforms.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Whose own phone is that? Jake. Okay, so Jake over there, guys, answer the phone, please. Yeah, great interview with Superintendent John Fernandez. Very, very much needed. As if you look at the comments and just talking to people, right? What we're seeing here is the community concern is on a totally different level than the concern of our elected leaders, apparently. As we heard from, dude, check this out, guys. This, to me, is one of the big takeaways this morning. The mayor of Umatic has self-imposed a limit on gatherings down in Umatic. Yes, no one, it's not a public health guidance. He just stuck his finger in the air and said, Lanahan, 107 cases? Oh, hold on. So if you're going to go party down in Umatic and you're going to ask the mayor for gear, they're only going to give you enough for 25. So that's what we're seeing. The community concern is crazy right now. We're just not hearing anything out of Adelup, right? And that's where it all got to come from. And so thankful for Superintendent John Fernandez to kind of come on and, you know, I mean, basically the takeaway he said, guys, was that we're not seeing the transmission in the schools, and that until we can show or until we find out that there is transmission going on at the school level, I mean, God forbid, right, that happened. Then that would kind of trigger bigger decisions. And it kind of does seem like these decisions about whether or not to close the schools, those are like in the governor's hands, because the P-cores that she determined that they don't really stick to, it's like a sliding scale. So with this P-core, you can't have school. With this one, you can. So It's I feel you guys. It's very frustrating. Again, just knowing that the Delta is out there. But I mean, you have to have faith in these government officials. Let me say that with a little more. You have to have faith in these government officials. I'm sorry. It's 8:15. Tuesday, August 17th. We are going to get the weather, just kind of like a post-wrap of the storm situation with Brandon Ailetta of the National Weather Service, and a whole lot more in our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, ladies and gentlemen. And so with the very latest from the KUAM News team, I give to you Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hafaday and good morning, everybody. Guam records a triple-digit increase in positive cases, according to the JIC report. Out of 1,926 tests performed between Friday the 13th and Sunday, there were 107 samples that returned positive for COVID. Additionally, GDOE reports 7 students have tested positive for the virus. The following is a breakdown of the cases: 1 at Finnegan Elementary, 1 at Harry S. Truman, 1 at Maria Ujoa, 1 at Upi Elementary, 1 at Vicente Benavente Middle School, and 2 at Untalon Middle School. Teachers and parents who've been identified as contacts have been notified. Following disinfection at the impacted schools, classes will resume today. To date, there have been a total of 9,018 officially reported cases of COVID, with 143 deaths. 378 cases are active. 9 people are hospitalized. 1 person is receiving ICU level of care. The CAR score is now 9.3. The chairperson of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group and its members made another pitch to the Magahaga during a meeting with her yesterday morning to implement restrictions to stay ahead of the spread of the Delta variant. Dr. Hoa Win says with the surge in COVID cases, we need to put more attention on prevention.
We asked to have some limitation on the gathering. The number be set by the governor. We asked them to look at ways to implement the check on the vaccination status on business, especially restaurant, that you can dine in if you are fully vaccinated, and you can prove that. If not, then I asked the restaurant to have some dining out outside for people that is not vaccinated.
The proposed vaccination restriction, however, would not be applicable to minors below 12 because they're not eligible for vaccinations. According to Dr. Wynn, it isn't just the PAG recommending restrictions, but also the state surgeon cell. There's no word yet from Adelup on whether the governor will adopt any of the recommendations. Meanwhile, testing at the Teason Carnival grounds canceled today because of the weather. It will resume tomorrow and continue through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 400 tests will be offered. Only PCR testing will be conducted. Testing is free and will be conducted on a first-come, first-served basis. No symptoms are needed to qualify. Bring a photo ID. A vaccination clinic is scheduled for today at Public Health Southern Region Community Health Center in Arahan from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. You can also get vaccinated at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And now we're going to head into the Zoom room where we are going to get the very latest on the weather from Brandon Ailetta. Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Well, we're good, I guess. No storm, but definitely looks like a lot of rain.
That's right. We had a pretty wet morning so far. We had some really heavy showers push through Guam this morning, brought some gusts up to around 35 miles per hour up at Anderson Air Force Base. And now we're watching some heavy showers that are pushing across the Northern Mariana Islands. Right now, Rota is getting just hammered with some heavy showers. A lot of lightning being detected just offshore Rota. And then we've got a whole lot more stuff off to the east of Guam. So before we go into the slides, let me just show you just a little bit of what we're looking at on the radar. Radar is being very helpful right now. And let's see, there we go. So you can see Guam is right here in the center, but all these red flashes that you see up here, there's a lot of plus and minuses. That is lightning that's being detected across all these heavy thunderstorms. These are bringing some torrential rainfalls. Luckily, a lot of it is just offshore of the northern islands. but you can definitely guarantee the ocean is going to be quite wet regardless. But to the east of Guam, yeah, I had to slide that in. I'm glad y'all are paying attention. To the east of Guam, though, we're watching a lot of heavy showers and thunderstorms just to the east, and you can see they're starting to slide around out of the southeast. So that means the storm center is somewhere to the east southeast of Guam, and so it is still approaching us. And so it is following the predetermined track. The forecast track remains fairly good, and we're going to see that closest point of approach to Guam today. But let's take a bigger step back with a satellite, and this is a pretty considerable uptick in showers and thunderstorms. We have not seen such a big flare-up in activity the past couple of days. Had we seen this type of flare-up yesterday, I think we would probably be in a different situation overall concerning Tropical Depression 16W. As it is right now, we're looking at about a 20 to 25 mile per hour tropical depression, but we are wondering, could this be maybe an indication that the 16 is trying to redevelop? We have seen these 12 hours of activity, 12 hours of quieted activity, and it's been cycling for the past 2.5 days. But this is something that we have been looking for that would signify the potential for development. But for us in the Marianas, we are glad that we're seeing the closest point of approach in the next several hours, and then it will be off to the west. And whatever it does, we don't, well, it's not going to be as significant for the Marianas. But let's go ahead to the slides, and we'll just jump over to that. And Jason, if you can splash those up. So, all right. So today's headlines, I hope I corrected all the dates and days for the slides. It's been a kind of a whirlwind morning. But as many of you have heard, last night we did cancel the tropical storm watch. We had wanted to wait to make sure we are not making a hasty decision based on one of these cyclical patterns. So as I mentioned, the thunderstorms flaring up every 12 hours, we wanted to make sure that things were truly on the downtrend, at least while 16W was to our east and approaching. It is something we do not want to make a hasty decision on, especially when it comes to the proper preparedness stance of the people across the Marianas. So once we continue to see the trends, the different satellite position estimates by the different agencies between Japan, Joint Typhoon Warning Center, between our own staff here, and we all concluded that it's just very hard to find the actual circulation center. We felt it was prudent to go ahead and cancel that tropical storm watch. So it's just one of those decisions. You want to make sure the data is on your side. Models, computer models show what they want to show. They are guidance, but we want to make sure we are making a timely and reasonable decision. Now, with that said, there is a flash flood watch still in effect for all of the Marianas. We are seeing those heavy showers. They are coming to fruition, and they are passing across the islands. We've got a little bit of a lull over Guam, but we still see those heavy showers and thunderstorms to our east, and we expect those to come over later today and then into the nighttime hours. So down below, you see the forecast conditions. We're still looking at the stronger gusts. We have had Saipan. We are seeing reports from the Saipan Airport, 20 gusting to 39 miles per hour. Even here at Andersen Air Force Base on Guam, we've seen gusts up to 35 miles per hour, and the radar data is suggesting 20 to 25 mile per hour winds with some of these showers. And of course, those gusts will be so much stronger. So let's go to the next slide. And this is the latest forecast track out of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, advisory number 26. We're still looking at a max sustained winds of 25 miles per hour. Normally, they would probably discontinue their warnings, issuing forecast on a tropical depression that has weakened this far. But the reason they're maintaining their track updates is because they do anticipate some eventual intensification. Now, could the current convective burst that we're seeing overnight and this morning, could that signify some improved organization, or is it just one of these 12-hour cycles that has yet to quiet, or is it the eventual intensification going to be later on? Fortunately, as it moves off to the west pretty quickly, we'll be out of the woods. But regardless, whatever the intensification of a 16W is doing, flatline or increasing, we're just going to be wet, gusty today with improving conditions by tonight. So let's move forward. And so the current satellite imagery, so just a reprise, so a lot of showers, thunderstorms, impressive amounts of lightning. Currently, it is in Rota, Tinian waters, just to the west of a line between Rota and Tinian, but there's quite a bit more activity off to the east of Guam, and we're going to see that kind of rotating counterclockwise with the overall storm circulation as everything moves westward. And so I want to show you this next slide. This is something you've probably seen this in recent weather segments, but this is satellite-based surface wind estimates. So it's similar to our weather radar here on Guam, but it's a satellite-based radar sensor that is detecting the ocean surface spray, and from that we can discern wind speeds. So Guam is into the center. This was from last night about 10 p.m. I stayed here last night just to make sure things were holding as we expected, and that way I could sleep for a couple of hours soundly. But to the north of the circulation, we see their strongest winds. That has been the case for much of the past 3 to 4 days. We just have very few westerlies wrapping around the south side of the low pressure area. So that is significant, and that 16W is going to be it's going to have a very hard time trying to intensify until we get some solid westerly winds flowing counterclockwise around the storm. But for the islands in the northern Marianas, do expect a higher probability of those stronger gusts with the showers moving through. And again, we're looking at Wireless Ridge up in central Saipan near Capitol Hill, and they have been seeing gusts up to 44 miles per hour early this morning with some of the heavy showers. So the potential is definitely out there. The next slide, we're looking at some of the radar-based rainfall. The rain gauges across Guam, we're seeing up to an inch and a half so far since midnight. But because not all the heaviest showers fall on the rain gauges, we have to rely sometimes on radar rainfall estimates. And some of these heavier showers and thunderstorms, again, this is 3 hours ending at 5 a.m. this morning. We saw 1.5 to 2.5 inches just off of Andersen Air Force Base. And then well east of Guam, near 50 miles to the east, we saw some rainfall accumulations totaling about 3 to 4 inches. And then more recently, between 4 and 7 o'clock this morning, those heavy showers just off of Rota are indicating 3 to 4 inches in the 3 hours, and then farther east of Guam and Rota, 2 to 3 inches. So again, those heavy showers and thunderstorms are out there, and that is why we have maintained the flash flood watch. And we've actually seen an urban and small stream flood advisory issued early this morning on Guam, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on that for the rest of the day and into this evening until the showers begin to subside. So what are we looking at for the rest of this week? Heavy rain, showers, thunderstorms, strong gusty east to southeast winds. For today, those winds will be turning more persistently to the southeast to south overnight, gradually subsiding. And then we're still looking at kind of a wet pattern through the remainder of the week. Mainly as these just weak disturbances kind of pass through is typical of the wet season. Calmer winds, looking at east 5 to 10 to 15 miles per hour into the rest of the week. But still, it's the type of week you might want to have an umbrella easily at your side. Sea conditions will be spiking today with those stronger winds. So if you have any activities planned for the waters, do reconsider. But those sea conditions, seas and surf, will be quickly subsiding overnight and into the rest of the week. And then your tides are on the bottom right. And that's about all I've got for you today. So for all the latest information, of course, find them on our webpage. We continue to update the 16W forecast tracks and advisories every 6 hours now on the 2s and 8s. And you can also find more information, the big story picture at our Facebook page, where we can go into a little bit more detail on what's happening and why. Find us under NWS Guam on Facebook and Twitter. And with that, that's all I got for you. Are there any questions?
No, thorough as always. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right. Take care.
Good job, man.
Guam, in the meantime, remains in Core 3. All public and Catholic schools do have classes today, and GovGuam still normal operations. With more news, here's Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. It begins and ends with revenue projections. Senators continue their discussion on how much money will be available next year for appropriation from the general fund. KUM's Nestor Lecanto has been following the budget deliberations and files this report.
Thank you, Senator. Early in the session saw Budget Director Lester Carlson cozying up to senators, praising them for legislation that provides some fiscal flexibility heading into FY 2022.
I'm going to say thank you again for starting fiscal year 22 with $30 million less of debt obligations to pay. That plus we got the $11 million extra in Section 30. I think that you have the foundation to build upon the budget with the work that you've done before.
But Office of Finance and Budget Director Steve Guerrero counters that special funds are short by about $20 million, and the federal assistance that has kept the economy afloat will not be there next year.
So the trend that you're looking at for the last couple of months is a trend that's, I believe, is going to take a beating starting next fiscal year. And for today, it looks good. I mean, I won't say no to what they're saying, but for me, this trend is not going to continue on next year.
It's an important early consideration for senators, as will be the adopted revenues. OFB and the administration agree on every category except for business privilege tax, where they're about $42 million apart.
I think what we have before us is more of a question to the body as to whether or not you feel 238 or you feel 280.
Also getting a lot of attention is the $50 to $60 million earned income tax windfall. Most has already been earmarked to help pay for a new hospital and prison, but during questioning by Minority Leader Chris Duenas, Carlson cautioned that they don't know yet when and how that money will be received.
If, in fact, it's a reimbursable, we pay for it. We put in for the reimbursement, and that I think once we get a reimbursement, it's something that can be appropriated. Okay. But if it's in a trust fund, we can't use it.
It's important because we have to debate this. We've obviously have differences in terms of what we're going to adopt as revenues. Mm-hmm. But we also have differences in terms of what's been placed in here and available for appropriation. So that is absolutely going to be clear too, because even the administration, as far as I'm concerned, under a reimbursement scenario, doesn't have authority to use the funds. It would have to be appropriated.
Meanwhile, Speaker Therese Terlahi wants to ensure that the EITC, like the $30 million in child tax credits, are set aside for their intended purpose, the timely payment to qualified applicants.
That if we don't know right now the process that the EITC is coming in, if we should be spending it in advance or allocating it for budget purposes if we're not sure yet.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Applications for what's now officially called the All Rise program will be available by September 1st. That's the commitment from Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimizu, who says they'll be accepted on a first-in, first-out basis until the $30 million in funding is exhausted.
Governor Leon Guerrero issued an executive order Friday formally announcing the requirements for her All Rise program. DRT Director Daphne Shimizu explains.
You have to have filed a 2020 tax return. You have to, of course, meet the income thresholds, which are the same: 40,000 for a single filer, 80,000 or less for joint filers, and you'll have to, of course, have experienced and certify that your household has experienced negative impact from COVID-19.
She says applicants will only need to check a box to certify that they suffered a negative economic impact. But it's unclear what that means. Even the Treasury Interim Rule 2.6, which allows for cash transfers to households, does not elaborate on what a negative impact is. Shimizu did clarify that those who don't normally file a tax return must now file one to qualify.
There is the ability for people to file a 2020 return online. And so you can go to myguamtax.com and you can actually file a return online. And so for those individuals who filed a non-filer form, that non-filer form is not considered the equivalent of a 2020 return.
Meanwhile, applicants must also authorize DRT to access tax information and agree not to accept any other local direct assistance, such as is contained in a pair of bills recently passed by the legislature.
We're trying to be as thoughtful as possible of the process, and again, making sure that we try to make it as simple as possible for our people.
Again, applications will be out no later than September 1st and will be paid out on a first-in, first-out basis until the $30 million allocation is exhausted. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
It's one of those cases that when you see something, say something. And for two people over the weekend, that's exactly what they did when they saw a teenage boy standing alone on a street corner in Jigo. He was barefoot and nearly naked. KUAM's Joan Uggan-Charfris has the details.
It was Saturday morning at around 8 o'clock when a man and woman spotted a 13-year-old boy on the corner of Wistig Road and Chalanescuela in Jigo. The child didn't have any clothes on, except for makeshift underwear. According to the magistrate complaint, the witnesses were trying to talk to the boy when a blue RAV4, driven by 37-year-old David Michael Martinez Canata, pulled up and shouted at the minor, quote, "You're going to run from me, expletive," end quote. He then allegedly yelled at the witnesses to, quote, "Leave him alone. I'm trying to teach him a lesson," end quote. The minor started to cry before Canata pulled him into his car and drove off. The witnesses immediately called police, who made their way to a residence where they met with Canata's girlfriend, 29-year-old Sherry Antoinette Tyron Nauta. She told police the minor had run away earlier that morning and Canata went to pick him up. Officers then requested for Canata and the minor to head to the precinct for a wellness check. Upon arriving at the precinct, officers noticed the minor had a black eye and injuries to his wrists and ankles. The minor told officers that he ran away because he was mad at himself and that he sustained his injuries while playing a game with his older brother. He added that he got his black eye when he fell off the couch when he was sleeping. Officers then spoke with the minor's 16-year-old brother. According to court documents, from August 5th to August 8th, the brother claims he was bound with a rope and was not allowed any food or water or to use the bathroom. He told officers the only reason why he was released was because the rope was cutting off his blood circulation and breathing was difficult. The brother also described how on August 13th, Canata punched him in the eye and Nauta repeatedly kicked him in the wrists and ankles, and that both he and his younger brother had been tied up multiple times over the years. When officers finished interviewing the brother, they re-interviewed the 13-year-old, who admitted that he was tied up because he was touching good food in the fridge. Nauta allegedly told him to, quote, "Put it back. You and your brother got to find your own food. I'm not going to feed you guys," end quote. Documents indicate that during this time that some of Nauta's relatives witnessed the brothers being tied up, but did nothing. When the interview was complete, medics from the Guam Fire Department tended to the 16-year-old's injuries, which included a wound with bacteria buildup, lacerations on his wrists and forearms, calves, and bruising to his left eye. The two minors are currently in the custody of Child Protective Services. Nauta told officers that the brothers tie each other up, and that's how they got their injuries, and doesn't know why they would say all of this. Canata and Nauta were arrested and each charged with 2 counts of child abuse as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony. Additionally, Nauta was charged with assault as a misdemeanor. Both were booked and confined. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Joan Uggan-Charfris.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And in other news, the Guam Contractors Licensing Board is scheduled to meet Wednesday, according to CLB Executive Director Buddy Orsini. The controversy surrounding the solar farm project in Manila will be discussed. CLB investigators conducted an inspection of the project and the environmental damage in the surrounding area following a notice of violation that was issued by the Guam Environmental Protection Agency last month. Orsini says they have completed their investigation and have received documents they were requesting from the solar farm's contractor, Samsung. The executive director adds the board will discuss potential fines and penalties that could be issued to the company. As reported, Guam EPA cited Samsung last month for failing to implement its approved sediment and erosion control plan. The enforcement agency had issued proposed penalties totaling over $18 million, but Guam law caps the amount it can assess to $125,000. Additionally, the Attorney General's office has filed a lawsuit against the contractors. The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan is now closed, but officials are still trying to determine how many Americans are in the country. One administration official called the situation at the Kabul airport where the evacuation effort continues, quote, tenuous. This comes as President Biden is receiving bipartisan criticism from lawmakers over his handling of the U.S. withdrawal. Natalie Brand reports.
The U.S. military is working to secure the airport in Kabul as it is in the final days of evacuating Americans out of Afghanistan.
We have actually been working to evacuate thousands and thousands of Americans over time. Now it's about determining who is left and who didn't heed those warnings along the way.
Administration officials acknowledge they were surprised by the speed with which Afghanistan fell.
It was not an inevitability, it was a possibility. The speed was at the very fast end. It was not something we expected to go that quickly.
The White House says President Biden will be returning from Camp David this afternoon to make remarks on the developing situation in Afghanistan. Administration officials briefed House congressional members Sunday, saying it is a volatile situation that is changing rapidly. Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who served 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan, remains concerned.
Since the day the president made the announcement of the withdrawal, there have been a group of us in Congress that formed the Honoring Our Promises Working Group. We've been banging the drums, yelling, talking to anybody who will listen to us, saying, start the evacuation now.
Republicans have criticized President Biden's handling of Afghanistan, but the plan to draw down forces began under the previous administration.
We had the agreement that was signed in the Trump administration that began this process of helping to strengthen the Taliban, but ultimately this decision to completely and totally withdraw is Joe Biden's, and it is one that is disgraceful.
Administration officials say President Biden remains opposed to keeping U.S. forces in Afghanistan for a third decade of war. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
With your news now in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. I-chairperson para Physicians Advisory Group para gobyerno sa tagi talo may pagkimagahaga gamiting niya gilunes para managwaha mas rekto siya na reglamento para ika kitinan ni Delta variant. Tigto ho ang yuan sa sanga na pwede natisan ni kausang COVID gwinigit sa gwahan debilita na ay mas atensyon itamano para tahayas tinatsanod. Ilagi na mamaising bi no. Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. I-chairperson para Physicians Advisory Group para gobyerno sa tagi talo may pagkimagahaga gamiting niya gilunes para managwaha mas rekto siya na reglamento para ika kitinan ni Delta variant. Tigto ho ang yuan sa sanga na pwede natisan ni kausang COVID gwinigit sa gwahan debilita na ay mas atensyon itamano para tahayas tinatsanod. Ilagi na mamaising bi no managwaha palu abstinensya ni kwanto na tauto sinaman etnon giyon lugar ni nadini gobyerno. Mamaising ko sinya managwaha taymano para marikonosi iman mabakuna esta piori sagan sumotso siya ni sinat sumotso au gisan halom tazang genesta mabakuna o kabalis kumusinon preba. Tazang gentisinya umanagwahalo kigisan hizong nasagan sumotso nusinya manyotso itaw-taw siya ni taman mabakukuna. Imaproposo na restriction siya sa tikinubri menor edad, 12 años para papa sa timang kwalifika para farmabakuna. Taza suntugin na delob ko para adaptay magahagay rin rekomenda ni Physicians Advisory Group. Dimas, Universidad Guahan sa paramata TZZ na din gobyerno ni Todi Empleo Guihi farmabakuna kontra COVID-19 antes di ultimo ni mes September. Iyan din sa efektibo gimapos na bednes sigaw ni memorandum ni manahuzong ni UOG. Ngaji timan mabakuna na empleo siya sa debit mo sa miti kada semana ay negatibo na resitong test PCR para antigen hasta kiman mabakuna ni Cabalis. Ngaji timan mabakuna después dia 24 ki September sa sinya masuspendi pat man madudla gisetso niya. Otro asunto, mamamay sa ni FBI at ni Departamentong Pulisya at Zudo para makisoda at di masuspipit sa na Saki First Hawaiian Bank gimapos na business. Nurin po di KUAM mamuka di tao to halong gibangko. Gita Harmon na First Hawaiian Bank kasi launang gitaluani sa mamukat hujong dyan sa lapi. Itaw ni 20-50 anos na edad sa matato agagot niya. Gwalo kita tuntuho lago gipapayagapan na atadok niya. Kulod atalong sinanan niya, kulod homo may na jeans, da kulod atalong gapatulunya ni tutsungi esta. Kumuguan informasyon mo pada na sinaki, padhaji este na tauto por favor agang yung opisina ni FBI Guinea gisais 88-03-73 paragang ni polisiya sinoy Guam Crime Stoppers ki 477-4357. Mas artikulo, aji COVID differential pay para empleo yung mahot siya sa sinya matu gitiwap man na tempo. Este ang presidente ni Mayor's Council of Guam si Jesse Alec, asangan na Departamento ng Administrasyon sa manahalam sa lapi gito niya kao ni empleo gi bangko. Imadupisita na sa lapi sa WDO Kubri COVID differential pay destia Brit na mes esta pago na mes. Asangan mas na Departamento ng Administrasyon sa seso matsogi esti gi Lunes pad Martes depende gi bangko ni empleo. Empleo siya sa malili sa nanako na dinitanin esti siya na apas ni debiho na pasi at siya man matututsu entry public health na emergency. Yuto mo na sunto gifinot sa moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM si Dr. Juan Flores sa Guita Pago Nuevo na Principad i Career Tech High Academy Charter School. Sigon ni eskwela at tagi si Flores si Tamar Celis. I Career Tech High sa Home of the Seahicks mafananaan. Dadabot siya intensyon niya para mas hulo identifika ni komunidad at ni kultura kung masi man mamayla na fetsan man matututo ginigi isla to mafabrika forum para man mamayla naman maaga si isla dyan yung rizata siya na lugar. Isagundo na sa kanesti na eskwela sa matutuho na gupa diya si 8 Agosto. Si Flores ay giningwita superintendent ni Edukasyon Katoliko antidio para ginigi alatsa. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto yung finut sa moro sa prendisenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And if you like, baby, we can jump into that sexy mode. I'll make your body fold, make your body cream while you're holding me, right? And I don't never wanna let you go. Never let you go. So I want you
Hey, good morning.
to know
Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. That's our gangs here in the link. Good morning. 8:49, Tuesday, 17th day of August, year of our Lord 2021. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. We're standing by from the FSM consulate. We have Nadine Songani and Sylvia Elias. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Happy day.
Good morning.
Sylvia, I like your background, but I think Nadine wins the background competition for this morning.
Nadine's always got the most awesome virtual backgrounds.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
She's like,
becomes like a hunting game for me when I do these interviews.
Nice.
It makes me look at old pictures.
Right, that's classic.
The woven mat was incredible. I must say, when you used that one, that was really good.
So where's the background picture of? Where is it from?
This is also a shot of an island where my dad is from in Chuuk, but this was taken in the 60s. So I just love yeah.
There's a vibe, right?
It's nice.
Well, let's get right into it because Teresa Philippin, the FSM consul, had said, I'm going to send my top 2 guns to the link this morning. So here we are. We just wanted to get an update. I guess first, if we could, ladies, start with the status of the repatriation flights into the FSM.
All right, so I guess I'll go ahead and share that. Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that request or question. Again, my name is Sylvia Elias, and I'm from the FSM Consulate Office as one of the Foreign Service Officers. Repatriation flight update for everyone. I'd like to share that so far, since May 2021, we've managed to complete 10 repatriation flights. 10 repatriation flights that covers 419 passengers / citizens to the FSM. And we've been able to repatriate people to Pohnpei. Majority of the population went to Pohnpei. And then we have so far 1 flight to Koshrai and 1 flight to Yap. So that's basically the stats of our repatriation flights, repatriation efforts so far from May to August 9, 2021. And we're still doing registries for citizens or residents that are trying to go back home to the 4 states. As of today, 3 out of the 4 states are open for repatriation flights. FSM is not yet open to the regular flights. We're still calling it the repatriation flights, and Pohnpei, Koshrai, and Yap are already started with bringing back their citizens via repatriation flights. And we do registry of citizens and residents going back home via email straight to the state and FSM task force, or you can come to the office here in Harmon and register your names by submitting entry forms and your copy of passport and your vaccination card if you're eligible to get vaccinated.
But the requirements are still the same. You must be fully vaccinated, right? And you have to go through the pre-quarantine, the negative COVID test, all of that, and then quarantine once you get there, right?
Yes.
All this. Okay.
Yes.
When is the
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I can even go into briefly over our procedures. So basically, as I was saying, you register via email to the task forces or at our office submitting your applications to the 3 states I already shared with the copy of passport and your vaccination cards. And that's when the selection process begins with the FSM National Task Force in consultation with Bombay State Task Force. So basically our consulate office here on Guam, we're assisting with registering people, following up on their status of their applications with the task forces back in the FSM. So as soon as the FSM task force in consultation with the state task force, as soon as they confirm who's gonna be on such flight and which state, we then contact these individuals that they will send to us. And after contacting these individuals, we put them into our pre-quarantine on Guam for 7 days. And then 72 hours prior to departure, Public Health helps assist us by swapping all passengers in pre-quarantine or in our quarantine facilities. And whoever is positive, we must transfer them immediately to isolation facility. And then whoever is tested negative will be on the flight.
You didn't mention any repatriation flights to Chuuk. Is that in the planning?
Chuuk is looking at opening up soon, but right now, Chuuk is the only state that haven't opened up their borders for repatriation flights. But there's some talks in opening up soon, next month if possible, but we'll see, yeah.
When is the next flight scheduled to depart?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Right now we have active pre-quarantine that started yesterday. We have a flight scheduled for August 23rd, and this is 2 groups, 1 group, same flight, 2 groups. One is going to Bombay, one is going to Koshai.
You know, one thing I have to say, we had the president on, President Panuelo, and what a great interview with the president. He was just talking about all the things they've been implementing over there in the FSM. For example, the mandatory vaccinations for all residents in the FSM. And then I'm just reading here that he's mandating all individuals and organizations receiving money from the FSM national government to show evidence of COVID-19 vaccination. He's just really doing some unique, I think, things over there in the FSM, and rightly so, because I think there's no positive cases over in the FSM. Is that correct?
Yes, it's from my understanding, there's no positive cases yet.
Wow. Okay. Can any of you talk about what's being done here in Guam to increase COVID vaccinations within the FSM community? I know early on they were having the clinics and things like that, but we haven't heard about it in a while. Nadine?
Right. Sure, I can go ahead and help there. Just to clarify, I'm not with the FSM consulate office, but I do assist with the FSM Association, and we work closely together because we have the same audience or same populations. So to your question, while we have not necessarily set up any clinics, very, very visible or public clinics that's targeted to our audience, we still work closely with individuals more directly in setting up appointments for them or guiding them to what vaccination clinics are available. So that includes clinic and testing, just because of the rise in positive cases. You know, we also want to encourage our citizens to go ahead and get tested as well. And so, yeah, we've just been trying, we've kind of taken a step back in terms of having these clinics, but that doesn't mean we have stopped encouraging or promoting the importance of the vaccine. And if anything, we've just, on a side note, there's a few of us within the association where we have gotten some funding to actually help with fund some of our ideas that we had early on in the work, and so we're going to be kicking that in gear in a few weeks, if not few days, actually. So but that's also because many of us who've been assisting are doing this on the side. You know, we have our own full-time work and things like that, but we find ways to incorporate it into our own activities and things like that, just because, you know, it wasn't sustainable to just do one work, but we've found ways to make it hit other important points or other topics, matters actually relating to COVID.
Can you tell us about what those programs are then?
Sure. I guess this is going to be the first information out. So myself and a couple of other women, we've just recently formed a community organization, women-led, women-focused. And part of those is just really, we have some ideas in the planning. We have a meeting with some key community leaders or elders that we want them to kind of be at our little workshops and I guess meetings where they can be speakers so that they can articulate you know, the importance of the vaccine and social responsibility in our languages. But then also we would have social events, you know, within the guidelines of, you know, how many people of course, we're always thinking of that. So that's why it's kind of been just planning and making sure that we follow those protocols, but we want to also make it very culturally relevant. And so we might have a in-person meet and greet with our women's group, but we also have a virtual one planned up, and we're just looking at creative ways to get women and their families involved in coming to these meetings and these workshops that really just promote the vaccine and just social responsibility. But other than that, yeah, we just we still we have contacts with you know, Department of Public Health, American Medical Center. They've been really helpful in just getting us in the information so that we can help our citizens. They'll call between the FSM Consulate Office or the Micronesian Resource Center. In the event that we're able to set up a clinic, we'll definitely let you guys know so you can help us promote it as well.
And around what time? You said in a couple days, possibly you might launch this.
Yeah, I'm hoping. We have actually the women's group, which many of them are from the FSM Association as well. We have a meeting actually with some doctors that came in from Hawaii and the mainland, more on a different health focus, but the women's group here in Guam wanted to participate in that, but also find ways to integrate the focus of that health issue with also COVID, because we feel that it's a, you know, interdependent, like what happens here will affect the other focus. So we have a meeting planned tomorrow at the FSM Consulate Building B. And then after that, we'll be able to launch our first virtual meet and greet, or possibly in person. So that's the first stage. We do have some other plans, but maybe it's best to, when that's kind of finalized, then I can definitely share that with you guys.
Are you guys seeing a lot of vaccine hesitancy within the FSM community?
Yes, I feel like early on we saw that, and that's what we were trying to address. I feel like there is hesitancy across all communities, across all ethnicities. Right. Definitely what we try to encourage within our circles, within our communities, is just the fact that, like any other, we just want to keep talking about it, kind of normalizing the talk about this vaccine, and also trying to connect it to what we believe and what is important to us, and kind of trying to make those connections in our explanation, so that it makes that it's sensible, but then also we're providing these information, scientific or research-based information, but then also trying to find ways to interpret it or articulate it in our languages, and so that people, our communities, are hearing it, are learning from it, and they can make their own informed decision. We're not trying to force it on people, but we definitely know that it's going to take ourselves to help our communities really, get them to those vaccine clinics.
Well, thank you, Nadine, for the information. Was there anything else, Sylvia?
Well, I guess I just want to thank all our partners on behalf of FSM Consulate, all our partners that's been supporting and assisting us since day one of our repatriation efforts and activities. Partners, especially thanks to CAF-Guam for, public health has been assisting us with our PCR test and results and everything. And of course, our DPW for assisting us in transporting our passengers from the hotel to the airport. And thanks to our airport police, they've been really supportive in escorting us and assisting us at the airport. Also, thanks to United for the assistance and the partnership. I would also like to thank Vital Energy on Guam for their support as well. And lastly, to those hotels that we've been partnered with, Grand Plaza Hotel, thanks to the team for awesome support and partnership. Just like Guam Airport Hotel, Tusitani, thank you all for all the support and assistance throughout the 6 months of repatriation efforts and activities so far. And thank you all. Yeah.
Nadine, I actually did have one more question I wanted to follow up on because it was kind of brought up and somebody was mentioning to me that there may have been some sort of a task force or some kind of group that was formed to kind of take a look at what happened in that Tamuning shooting, that fatal shooting involving the off-duty police officer. Do you have any information about that?
Sure. So when the news came out, obviously, well, even for myself, I'm going to be speaking more from a personal perspective, if that's okay.
Yeah.
It took me a couple of days to really read the news and really reflect on it. And obviously, it's an issue that was very personal, and I was able to connect with others from our our association, our community, who felt the same and wanted to, had questions as well. And so I had asked to meet with other members who were interested to kind of reflect together and kind of see what we can do to help. Just because, at least what I was thinking is, if I were ever in that situation, like the widow of the or a family member of the person who died, I would have appreciated that there was someone who cared enough to talk to me or find out ways to understand what happened. And so, yeah, I was grateful for the support to sit down with many of the association members to kind of walk me through or understand together. But it was also a very contested issue. And so many of us just wanted to make sure that while we're trying to understand this, we also are being careful about, we just want to be careful with everything that's involved, the people involved, and so for myself and some other members, especially the women, then we formed our women's group. We wanted to reach out to the widow. We met with her. We were able to help get her some things that she needed. Very minimal, just because there's just a lot going on. And we I think we wanted to find ways to support the widow, really. And so that's what we, at least that I've done, some of us, the women that we've done. It's a very tricky subject, but I think I want to say that people, regardless of the ethnicity of the victim, that people would have been concerned about how the incident happened. And so I think I'm still trying to understand that. And I was very concerned, and I'm hoping that people don't look at the ethnicity so much as to disregard a human life, and so that's where I was coming from. And I was trying to see if others would help me kind of figure that out. And I think we're still kind of at that place, just because the investigation is not even fully completed, it seems. And so we want to make sure that, or at least I want to make sure, if I'm responding so publicly, that I have all my cards, online, but I'm also talking to the family directly and honoring or respecting their wishes.
Okay. Yeah, we're all waiting to see what is the latest with that investigation. But I certainly appreciate you and everything you're doing for the FSM community. I remember when you first came on a couple of years ago, right? Wasn't it, when the incident happened in Manguilao, and you spoke up so passionately at that town hall meeting. And so that's what came to my mind as so the news happened, I think, on a Thursday. The incident happened on a Thursday. I didn't really get a chance to really read it and think about it till Saturday. And I was like really so hurt and angry, just because, we're not from the same island, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't feel for what happened. And I've had incidents where I thought that the police did not respond, or they did not respond in the way that I had hoped. And so it just really brought back that memory, especially. And I think that's a full circle for me at the association, and why I was like, okay, this had kind of happened. The tables have kind of turned in this case, but we should also try to figure out ways to be proactive. And so, but we want to be careful. We want to be cautious too, because I don't know all the steps involved in cases like these. And so, it's really complicated. But definitely, I just wanted to at least reach out to the widow, most especially. I actually remember she used to be a participant in my Mother Read, in my family literacy program many years ago. And so for me, it was kind of like circling back to this woman that, I met years ago at a school, and she was trying her best to be involved in these, parent literacy programs. And so, I wanted to see what I can help her with. And she's also trying to figure out what she needs to do. And so I think we're just hoping to see what's going to come up from the investigation. But also we want to make sure that, there's due diligence on all parts. And so I'm curious to see what's going to come out of it. Well, thanks again, Nadine, for coming on. Sylvia, thank you so much. Nadine, keep up the fight.
Right on. Never mind. I'm not going to ask Teresa anymore. I'll just directly get you guys. Every Tuesday.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
You too. Good talk.
Okay,
yeah,
guys,
Jay.
we do have a developing breaking story right here. Teresa Philippin has blocked Chris Barnett apparently now on WhatsApp because of that comment. we'll follow up. You see more on Prime Time tonight.
It's 9:13. A quick break, and we're coming back with Jason Solis next on The Link. Good morning.
Make it through the week.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together. even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Red cups and sweaty bodies everywhere. Hands in the air like we don't care. Cause we came to have fun now. Bet somebody here might get some now. And if you're not ready to go home, can I get a hell no? Cause we gonna go all night till we see the sunlight. La da dee da dee. We like to party, dancing you and me, doing whatever we want.
9:18. Good morning. That's Rachel Santos. Cover of Miley's "We Can't Stop." Ladies and gentlemen, with our next interview, I present to you the one and only. He's very easy on the eyes. Jason Solis. Good morning, Jason.
Joe Sir's hosting this next interview. Okay, well, thank you very much, and very, very fitting that the title of the song is "We Can't Stop, We Won't Stop," because our dear friend Beauty Camacho, very, very aptly named, beautiful spirit, beautiful, talented, a creative dynamo if there ever was one. She has been on the show in a variety of capacities. She's been a member of our political forum. She very graciously shared a very emotional story of what she went through in her personal life with her relationships. And now, Ms. Camacho, Beauty, we can say you are a best-selling author. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, no, of course. And so, like, you are part of a anthology of a book called When Women Heal.
Yes.
And unbelievable. And you know, like, I'm looking at the press release for this book, and even looking at some of the pictures and everything like that, and knowing your story already, you know, what you've been through, some of the trials and tribulations you've had in your life, it actually, you know, really puts you at the forefront in this. And it says, you know, Beauty tells this amazing story of where she believes she was on a very destructive path with toxicity in your life, and then you just made the conscious decision to say, I'm going to concentrate on myself, and I want to manifest success. I want to manifest happiness, and I want to be the best me I can be. So can you take us, like, through that journey and everything?
Absolutely. Oh man, I think everyone can pretty much say I've always been a happy person, even though I've been going through all the things that I've been through. But I think in the recent years, it's just coming to light for many people as I continue to be transparent with what I've been through. And I've only started to be transparent, not just because it helps me, because I've seen the impact and the ripple effect of how it's helped other people with me talking about all of the different types of things that I've been through. And, you know, this collaborative book, I'm just one chapter out of it. And it was a bit of a challenge to just try to summarize everything that I've experienced. So I had to kind of stick within a certain theme. And it's just so funny how fitting it was, because my theme for my chapter is about storms. And I was just like, this is hilarious with the storm that's coming through, and how I was able to, like, I personally love storms and love preparing for them, because it brings about like a freshness to the island. It brings about like a fresh, you know, like when the air is ionized and everything, you can really sense that energy. And like my favorite part about it is really just cleaning up all the beautiful mess that the storm has made, of course, despite any of the struggles that we have been through. But you know, that's where the preparedness comes in, right? And that's pretty much what the book is about, and what my story is how I learned how to prepare for these storms that I've been through in my life, as well as how to heal from all of it. So yeah, the stories are quite alarming for some of the people who are starting to read more about me, only because I come off as such a really positive person all the time, and they don't necessarily know all of the things that I've had to go through, because I don't show that in my life.
And
really.
You're still a human being. I mean, and these things these things would affect anybody. And I mean, you know, the fact that you've been able to handle it with such class and such grace is a testament to your character. But at the same time, you know, you're very, very open, and you're like, okay, well, you know, hopefully having dealt with these things the way you have and everything, as you said, you know, could help somebody else. So can you kind of take me through the process, though? Because we've talked with you, you know, a number of times on this show, and we've always known you to be a great conversationalist, but being able to articulate, you know, what you've been through to the printed page is a completely different experience and everything like that. So creatively and everything, did you find that more challenging? Did you find it liberating to be able to share, you know, your story?
Oh man, it's always been liberating for me. I've loved writing ever since I was a little girl, but I think the way I write is definitely different from how I speak, and of course because you're able to edit it and things like that. But I have really enjoyed the process of representing my new brand by just promoting more arts and authorship and advocacy. So that's where all of my books and all the different writing material come in. And yeah, it's just so much more fun to be able to see your actual expressions on printed material. Like I've seen my work in the newspaper, or of course a graded homework or things like that, essays, but to see it bounded and glued, and you have your name there on the pages of a book, it's a way different feeling. And then to be labeled an international bestseller, like on the same day of the launch, like that was mind-blowing, because for me, I don't recall ever being a goal of ours in the Story Mind group. So that was a beautiful surprise for me.
Yeah, I do want to accentuate the fact. So everybody listening, make sure to head to Amazon and look up Beauty's book. So again, it's When Women Heal, because Bree, you're going to love this. As Beauty just articulated, right? The day it launched, became #1 Amazon bestseller in over 10 different categories, including #1 in inspiration and spirituality, which is amazing because you actually bumped off the person whose book was at the #1 time, Jay Shetty, who, if you've been on the internet, you know that he's a motivational speaker. He tries to, share words of wisdom. And by the way, I've just always wanted to use the word Shetty on the radio. So, but the fact that you actually bumped him off, it shows, the impact, and just the truth of your book. So what does that mean to you that it's been able to, not in a commercial sense, but the fact that it's been able to reach so many people, and people have obviously shared this with their friends and said, like, this book has really affected me in positive ways. It's forced me to confront a lot of dark places that I kind of hid from before and everything like that. So this obviously is the main motivation behind why you put this together.
Yeah, definitely. It was so cool. Like we had a lot of more social goals with this book to impact our family and friends in the ways that we were aware of how we were going to impact our family and friends, but we weren't necessarily able to understand the different ways. But so many of them have come through and just said, you know what, this is so nice to read. It's refreshing because other people in their families aren't able to talk about these topics, or they're saying stuff like, family secrets have been tearing families apart for the longest time, when in reality, all it could have been squashed out with was adult conversation and forgiveness and more healing and understanding, and just understanding perspective, and not necessarily accepting that perspective, but understanding it, and just being there for each other, saying, hey, I don't really understand what you are going through, but I'm here for you and I still love you. And that's like the bottom line. And even with the book itself, it's also an internal transformation for ourselves as the writers and the reader, where we can also say to ourselves, like, I love you as you are, and you are enough within our own being, and not necessarily having to, always consider what other people are thinking about.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to say, the power of your own, distinct, unique voice is so much more amplified because it's many voices put together, and, you've got authors, from different cultural backgrounds. Generationally, everybody's different. Everyone's life experience, everyone has different journeys and everything like that. So in the aggregate, you're really getting, a mixed bag, but in a very, all centered towards the same destination. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And this book by no means is just for women. I mean, it's definitely got like a very powerful female like slant to it, which is amazing. But by no means is this just, for women by women book.
Yeah, it's a great read for anyone. The only one I would caution is if maybe tweens or teenagers were reading it, to have it kind of maybe supervised by an adult who's able to comprehend, or who's able to just reiterate what the thoughts are in there. Just there in the beginning of the book, we do have some safety features there and some resources and reference, because there are some really heavy topics that are talked about. And then of course there's myself. All of my information is in the back of my chapter also, so that people can reach out to me if they need anything clarified, or if they want to express anything that they've read. It is also a business book, so if anybody feels like they're kind of staggering in their business, or they're not necessarily aware of how to pivot, or why they're not able to pivot or reach those up levels, there are a lot of there's a lot of guidance in the books within that as well, or within the chapters as well.
Yeah, and again, because we know you so well, we know how multidimensional you are, and you've got you've got your personal side, you've got your creative side, you've got, the side of you that's very, very funny, and you find, the healing power of laughter, and then you've got your entrepreneurial side. At the same time, you bring all of these things together, and you use these to, to inspire others and everything like that. So, in closing, what would your lasting message be before we give people and say, go to Amazon and buy this book right now? What can they expect to get out of this?
Absolutely. I think what would be a great close would just be a reminder to let people know that no matter what they've been through in life, there is the opportunity to heal, but you have to let go of whatever it was that hurt you in order to do so. And that's the hardest part for many people, is not letting go, not necessarily forgiving, but not letting go of whatever or whoever it was that hurt you. Because if you continue to hold on, you're doing so much more damage than it is to finally have that relief, So that's the main theme of the book, of course, is the power of healing. And then but some of it doesn't really speak about the opportunity to heal before you even read the book, because you're like, oh, great, that happened for you. That's perfect. That's perfect, lady. That's great that it happened for you. But then what about me, So as a reader, I would love to just, invite people to read with an open mind that the possibilities and the opportunities are available for them as well, as long as they keep their eyes open to all those little chances. And it's a nice opportunity too, because my chapter is kind of like the cliffhanger on the sample format for Amazon Kindle, so you can read some more into that. Chapter 1 and a bit of my chapter are available for free in the teaser section of the Amazon Kindle
I love
option.
those, and at the same time, those drive me nuts, Beauty, because it's like, I'm so ingrained in like your story, and you're weaving this incredible tale. It's like, and I really knew I was growing as a person, and I could tell I was becoming who I always wanted to be, and then ... It's like, okay,
right, exactly, and that's why
and then hit buy now. Smash that buy now button, you guys. Support Beauty, because she's poured her heart and soul into this, you guys, and it really is, it's paying dividend to you, because it's an enterprise that you got into and everything like that, but you're doing it for much, your aspirations are much larger than that, because you're doing it to help people, and for that, we can't thank you enough.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And yes, the support from the book, as well as funds donated from supporters and proceeds from the book launch, garnered about $10,000, and we donated all of that to the National Association for People Abused in Childhood, and they're an organization based in the UK.
Thank you. And again, this book has an international appeal, because a lot of the people in this anthology book, Beauty's co-authors and everything like that, strong, powerful, deep, insightful women from all over the world and everything like that. And you are really going to get a lot out of this book. So please go out and get it. You will not be disappointed. Beauty, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, have a wonderful day. And you guys sit tight, because when we come back, right here on the link, we're going to talk to the public auditor of our great island. BJ Cruz is standing by, and he is next.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Waiting to find a reason for today. It is so hot, I cannot lie. Let's drink tonight. One beer, maybe more. Mixed drinks out on the floor. Beer jam to going crazy. One last drink before I go. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't waste any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait.
9:35. The Link, missed the Link, missed a lot. Good interview with Superintendent John Fernandez this morning, Sabrina.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. Good talk.
Yeah. He provided information about the protocols when a student tests positive. And I mean, there was just so many questions and concerns in the Facebook stream to get to. But we did suggest that you might want to take a look at it and respond.
You might need a deputy superintendent of comment reading.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know if they're answering over at 311, and I would think that the phones are probably off the hook. If you haven't heard, there were 7 students that tested positive. Mr. Fernandez, we asked him, well, what's the average class size? And he was saying around 25, I believe. So if you multiply that by 7 students, that would be close to 200 students that are in quarantine right now.
Yeah, and then he also said at the secondary level, the middle school level, because these students attend multiple classes, you know, like first period, second period, homeroom, miss, that's going to lead to higher quarantine numbers, right? So it's different in elementary when you have a student who's positive, then, you know, usually they spend a lot of their time in one class. Sometimes, though, because my little kids, they go to like Chamorro, they go here, they go there, so I don't know. But obviously, there's a lot of kids in quarantine, and the protocol when they do go into quarantine, it's about 7 to 10 days, and he said those who test negative are allowed to return on day 7. But they do get their hard copy work. So the work continues, kids. Oh, you thought being in quarantine was going to give you a pass? No, sorry. 9:38. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where the public auditor, BJ Cruz, is standing by. Good morning, public auditor.
Good morning. Did you talk to the superintendent about the masks?
We didn't get to bring that up, but were there some concerns, public auditor? Are you hearing about the masks?
I've gotten calls that the masks that they gave the kids are the cheapest masks that you can find.
Ooh.
Okay, well, we'll look
like
in.
Super
And
flimsy?
They don't even adjust. They don't fit on the kids. It just falls right off their face.
Oh,
you
so
know, and
they're
not
like-
all kids have parents that can buy them masks that'll fit.
Right. Well, good concern. We'll bring it up. There was
Thanks for the tip.
there was so much going on with the superintendent and just trying to play catch up with a lot of these parental issues that we didn't get around to that.
Is that something though that
I may want to do. Some parents are coming by and bringing the mask by, and so I may decide to do a procurement audit, an audit on the procurement of them to determine how they got such poor quality and how much was paid for it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, if you were going to be looking at the procurement, not just of the masks, because they've been procuring a whole bunch of other stuff. So do you have pictures of these masks?
No.
Okay.
I was told I was going to be brought by yesterday, and then I was supposed to pick it up this morning, and they messed it up, and so I don't have it.
Okay.
What other audits are you?
Without kids.
Yeah. What other audits are you anticipating, BJ?
We're still working on the audits that we've been working on for months, but we're on hold because Revenue and Taxation has told us they can't get the information to us until the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get any response based on your audit you did on the hot mess procurement at the beginning of the pandemic? I know that there's been a lot of action on that audit. We've got a couple senators, I think, have written to the AG. Have you heard from the AG?
No. Nope. So I texted you last night.
Okay. So what did you make of Senator Frank Blas Jr.? I think he wrote about a couple letters, right?
Yeah.
To the AG. Basically, I mean, I want to say in his second one, he pretty much called for the appointment of like an independent counsel to kind of examine. Is that, I mean, just, coming from the public auditor side, is that the protocol for this type of incident?
Well, if the Attorney General feels he's conflicted and needs to recuse, then they will have to, in the same way that they did it with, remember the Highsmith case? They appointed special counsel to do the investigation and the prosecution in that case.
I saw also that your staff had completed ethics training.
Yeah. And tonight we start our class on procurement ethics. Thankfully, the Policy Council has decided to make that the 5th module.
Tell us a little bit about that. Who's going to be going and who has to go?
Okay.
Yeah, Nate, tell us about it.
Oh, you mean Mike? No,
yeah, I don't know about it. I can't tell you about it.
Am I on now?
Yeah, we're on. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were always waiting.
No, we're here. Yeah, this is it. Oh, wait, that wasn't the real BJ? That wasn't, I thought we were getting BJ.
Okay, and take 2.
Okay, so anyway, what did you think? Did you get any response from the AG?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, same answer. Tell us a little bit.
Do you think something should be done, though? Do you think the AG should move forward with something, whether it's a special independent investigator, prosecutor, to look into this, or it's just your report's done?
I'm not sure exactly what needs to be done with that. I mean, we pointed it out as a question cost, the $3 million for that whole first procurement. They learned, and though they insist that we were wrong, the second and third procurements used the proper people and went through at least part of the proper procedure in procuring the hotels for the second and third round. So at least they learned from the first one, or they realized that they shouldn't have done it. Whether or not that needs to be followed up depends on the Attorney General whether or not it was intentional or whether it was exigent. I don't know. That's going to have to be his investigation, not mine. I pointed it out and I found it to be a question cost.
So how about that training?
The legislature had a hearing on a bill. I can't even remember the number now. But anyway, it's going to require that all GovGuam employees take ethics classes, which is in line with something that I've been talking about and wanting to push since I took this position, was everybody understanding their ethical obligations. And so the legislature passed, I can't remember the public law now. Anyway, that requires that all GovGuam employees attend ethics class at some point within 6 months of their employment or 36 months of if they're incumbent employees. Well, I felt that we should lead the movement since and so we contacted the University of Guam and they set up a class for us. And so all 14 of us here at the office spent 4 hours one morning with Vince Camacho taking the same procurement class that he teaches to the directors and to the senators. And then also to the credit of, I guess, the administration or at ADALUP or at GCC, the Procurement Policy Council, I guess, made a recommendation that a 5th module be added to the procurement modules. And the 5th module is a module on procurement ethics, which is just, I guess, this devoting the next 5 weeks of classes.
Was that just coincidence, BJ, or is that as a result of your audit, which found that there may have been some ethical concerns?
Well, it was a recommendation. The Policy Council always been in law for like the last 20 years. It hasn't met that I know of. But the university at GCC, to its credit, I guess, has heard some of the opinions that I've had and some of the not so much directives that I've issued, but some of the advisories that I have to send out from this office of ethics, procurement ethics, and not receiving or accepting even de minimis things from vendors. And so a couple of weeks ago, they announced that they were going to, Anthony Camacho, who's a legal counselor at the university, but teaching this class for GCC and used to be the hearing officer for procurement appeals here at the public auditor's office. He's teaching a class for the next 5 weeks, Tuesday and Thursday nights. It's an hour and a half each for 5 weeks. And it's going to be just on procurement ethics. And it's just going to discuss all the ethics laws surrounding procurement and government employment. So it'll be good. Tonight's the first night. So I have a long night. When you wanted me to get up at 7 o'clock this morning, I said I wasn't going to be ready because I'm going to be here at the office until 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, thank you for joining us, BJ. I wanted to ask with this, I don't know if you're tracking at all this American Rescue Plan situation where ADALUP has said that had said that they couldn't spend any of the money until these guidances come out. Just on your end, because I know you do get a lot of guidance as far as like the auditing. Outside looking in, did that hold true for you? That because we didn't know what to make of it because other places were spending the money already and we weren't, so it was just a little confusing.
You know, I'm always more conservative, and so in the last time I was on your show, I told you that, you know, to their credit, they could and should wait. The other day, I guess it was sometime last week, Treasury sent out OMB's compliance report. You know, all the agencies that receive above $750,000 of federal funds have to do a single audit with the external auditors. And so they sent out their compliance manual on what the external auditors should look at when they're doing these audits. And yesterday I sent in my reply to them because they wanted to know my comments of the draft that had been received, that had been sent out. And my comment to them was, I don't know why you're bothering having us do these single audits when they adopted that same matrix. Remember I sent you guys a few months ago? That matrix that showed the 12 things that you should look at, but then for CARES, that you didn't need to look at certain things, like you didn't need to look at cash management, you didn't need to look at procurement, you didn't need to look at eligibility. I thought for sure that the compliance audit that came out last week would say that you have to start looking at all 12 of these things, which is the way that used to be. It came out with the same matrix. And I'm like, then why are we bothering? I mean, spending all that money and all that time looking at it, but don't bother to look at procurement, don't bother to look at cash management, and don't bother to look at eligibility. You know, it's senseless. So that was my comment. It was a very short comment. I'm sure they're going to love hearing that from me. But the other thing that I understand is, like all governments, there's warring between the departments. And these were the guidance that was sent out by OMB. But part of the problem is that the federal departments in Washington can't agree among themselves. OMB is fighting with Treasury, and Justice is coming into some things. And it's like somebody decide who's in charge and issue one set of guidance. Don't have one department say one thing and then take it back because another department says a different thing. That's what's driving everybody crazy. And so if I were in charge, I would also wait until I could see what the you know, something absolutely in writing that I could say, I'm going to hang my hat on this, and I'm not going to do anything with a draft that's been sent out. I want something signed in blood by somebody that you're not going to back up on me, you know. But then again, I'm more cautious in that. So I understand that.
Let me ask you though,
because you're once, you shouldn't get burned twice.
Right. You're a former speaker of the legislature, and this whole debate now that's going on, this back and forth between the legislature and the governor's office, with the governor basically saying, stay in your lane. If you guys want to do a budget, do it with GovGuam revenues. You're not touching my ARP money. You know, I'm sure you know the senator submitted a plan at the governor's request as well. Saying, hey, this is where we think some of this money should go. I'm just curious because I, knowing that you're a former speaker, I don't think that you would just like play along and be like, okay, I just couldn't see that happening. So what's your take on this?
No, you're right. As a speaker, I probably would fight back and say that you have to include us. But then also the other side of me that looks at, you know, what was the legislative history? As I understand it, the legislative history of the ARP was that there were attempts to put into the legislation provisions to include the legislatures in the, you know, in this whole process, but it was that amendment was not taken up. So I'd have to then also realize that when I look at legislative history, that the legislative history was that the Congress entertained an amendment to have the legislatures of the states and territories involved in it, but for some reason they gave it all to the governors. I don't understand it, but that's what the legislative, as I understand the legislative history is. Mm-hmm. And so I would have to accept that.
Mm-hmm. I did want to ask, have you heard anything or have any updates on where DOA is on this emergency procurement of a financial management system? I mean, Mr. Byrne was pretty adamant that they needed this, you know, because we've got all this federal money.
That was in December last year.
Yeah,
was in December of last year. That was 9 months ago.
Kind of around the time the RISE Act was.
Yeah.
it still hasn't been done.
Yeah.
They have that I know of, because I had entrance. I'm trying to get the audits, the financial audits out on time next year. So I've been doing entrance conferences with all of the audit departments early this month. I've been doing them this past several weeks, and I'll be doing it throughout the month of August. And they're all shocked that I'm doing it so early. And I'm going, wait a minute, it's not early. You have auditors, and I want to know that you're doing things, you know. I'm not going to wait until October and November, and I want you to start now. So I'm pushing them. And I from what I understand, it's that one, the system isn't in. And the other thing that I learned, and I don't imagine that he would object to my telling it, I asked Mr. Byrne if he hired all of the auditors, accountants that the last financial audit recommended. You remember reading that. I think I pointed it out to you, that was the first finding that the auditors found, that there's need for professional technical people who understand accounting to be in charge of the operations at the Department of Administration. They not only need a system, but they need the technical professionals that are there to do it. And his response to me was, they've not been able to hire because I didn't realize this, but I kind of remember it being mentioned. But he reminded me that the legislature in the last budget cut $700,000 from the budget of the Department of Administration. And so consequently, they weren't able to hire the accountants and the the CPAs. I mean, they need a CFO. They weren't able to do it, and I just lost it at the meeting last week.
Did you flip the table?
Yeah, I violated all the rules that I tell my staff to be good to your auditee, and I raised my voice, and I was like, I can't believe that that we're going to be late again this year because we don't have all the people in place to do everything that needs to be done. And I'm trying very hard to try to get things out on time.
Well, maybe that financial management system audits it. So.
Uh-oh, phone's ringing.
Oh, that's it. You're in trouble. Is that out of loop?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
real quickly before we let you go, the governor's executive order for the mandatory vaccinations, does that apply to your office?
Yes. Well, okay. I applied it to my office. I sent it to my staff, and I said I support the governor on this because I want a healthy work site. You know, I mean, I'm 70. I need to make sure that everybody in the office is healthy. And so now we're just waiting for Department of Administration to issue it was supposed to be doing a follow-up on rules and regulations on what to do with employees that did not or refused to vaccinate.
Right.
All right.
All right. Thank
you.
I think
If you get pictures of those masks, please send
my
it over.
entire office, except for 2, are vaccinated, I think.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Public Auditor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Enjoy your late
Justice.
night. There you go. 9:58. Good show today, Bree. Miss a link, miss a lot. Hi, Jay.
Man, and there was a lot we went over. Whew.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay,
Ooh.
remember everybody,
Oh.
go if you missed anything, you can watch this show again from beginning to end, or if you want to jump to what you might consider to be the saucy
It's all
bits.
good. It's all good though. It's
Yeah.
all saucy.
Yeah, we're
Because every morning before we start the show, we pour Finadeni all over the whole show, so
there.
it's
You
always
go.
saucy.
Make sure to go to our YouTube channel, find your favorite interview. It's going to be up in about 15 minutes, including that John Fernandez interview. If you want
Right,
to go through
right.
it, and like you said, a lot to parse, a lot to unpack from that.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
You would think after a year and a half of doing this, we
Yep.
would have had our timing down in.
Yeah. It's unprecedented, Jay.
Yeah, there was just a lot. I mean, you had the weather, okay? Tropical
Right.
storm watch canceled, but
Yeah.
we're still in core 3. You had the triple-digit numbers for the COVID cases.
You had the Superintendent John Fernandez coming on and basically saying that the transmission is not happening at the school level. And he also talked about the protocols and how there's hundreds of students currently in quarantine because they've come into close contact with a positive at the school level. So there it is. It's 10 o'clock, KUAM TV. It's been great. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Have a fantastic Tuesday, everybody. Please be safe.
Best
we want to see
time.
you guys tomorrow.
Adios.
Bye.
Send your well wishes out to one of our Link family members, Mama Bear.
Right.
Yeah, she's got
She's gonna have a
some,
surgery.
Yeah,
Also, want to
she's got a procedure tomorrow, so we're
Link
wishing you the
fam-
best, Debbie.
Link Fam prayers also going out to Board of Education member Miss Maria Gutierrez, who I just learned this morning had a surgery. She's in the hospital. So thank you so much, and God bless you, Mrs. G.
Prayers, Mrs. G.
All right, it's 10:01. Burger King Chicken Fries Friday. You go there on a Friday, you get a chicken fries. You say, "I love, love, love the chicken fries.
Love, love.
Give me that right now." They're gonna give you another one. Give me that.
You know,
For
even
free.
if you say it with some oomph.
Oh, Jay, how would you say it with some oomph?
Oh, here it goes.
I love the chicken fries. And if you catch them in a good mood, maybe they'll give you the chicken fries with the onion ring zesty sauce.
Wow.
Which is incredible. Have you guys had that?
But you got to move your hips like that.
Yeah.
Like Jason just did. You made it sound nasty.
break something, don't
I
you?
love
I'm telling you guys.
these chicken fries.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Hey,
We're
it's-
done. We're
it's-
done.
Yeah, we're done. There's nothing to say after
Wait,
that.
are we still on TV?
It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
I hope not.